Good morning. Welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. I hope you had a great weekend. I know that so much news happened just over the weekend as well. I mean, President Trump and the First Lady at that dinner and reception from the East Room of the White House, of course, with the governors from around the country. And then just yesterday, hearing that Dan Bongino will now be a deputy director at the FBI. So Kash Patel, Dan Bongino at the Department of the FBI. So a lot of news over the weekend. Great to see that. Thank you so much for joining us. Matthew Alvarez here as it's 11:48 Eastern time. Today, of course, the president meeting with the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. So we'll have that coverage as we see the two meet at the Oval Office. And then also a bit later today at the press conference in the East Room of the White House. So always good to see various world leaders go to the White House. That means, of course, they're at least open, not only friendly, but open to hopefully doing things that would be helpful to America First agenda. So we'll have that for you live from the East Room. It's been quite the first month of the president's second administration. 75 executive orders signed in that first month. I mean, that is quadruple the amount that Obama did. That's double the amount of Biden. So we're seeing a lot of great things done, as you guys know, as we enter now the second month of the presidency. We're not going to go every month and say, well, now it's the third month, now it's the fourth. We might. I mean, the amount of news that is coming out of this White House on a positive scale is unprecedented. At this point, we're seeing so many things happen that were so contrary in a good way to what happened over the past 4 years. And a lot of us are smiling ear to ear, having better weekends, better days. Those of you so involved, with politics or really focused on our country, sometimes you do have to take a step back, play that round of golf or enjoy the time with family, of course, every day you can. But when you do focus in, man, this is quite the journey we're on as we're seeing the reform of our country before our eyes. Quite wild to see that. All right, a number of sponsors to get to today, of course, and we'll get to some live interviews that we have slated for the broadcast. Let's go first with the programming of how today's going to work. It looks like as soon as we get any live feed of the president and the president of France meeting at the Oval Office, we will show you that. And also at 2 o'clock Eastern time, that press conference from the East Room of the White House. From now until then, we'll have numerous interviews here at the network. Also, any breaking news will follow. And we'll have obviously some commentary here as well. Robert McNeely, back off that great trip from CPAC. We'll be back in studio today around 2 o'clock Eastern to cover the press conference with the president of France and our president of the United States. So a lot of live coverage today. And again, if any breaking news happens from now until then or even after that, you can count on us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we continue to monitor various news stories that are happening out there, including what just happened yesterday as Dan Bongino is now taking that move to the deputy director of the FBI position. Talk about a power team there at the FBI at the leadership level. And of course, the many great FBI agents that are out there, but those that are corrupt and those within any leadership positions, those are already on the way out or already out at this point. So all systems go, it looks like, in our country right now. We only have 4 more people to be confirmed in a final Senate vote that will take place possibly this week. We do know the president has a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, so we'll be looking at that first cabinet meeting here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All of this brought to you by Colonial Metals Group. Of course, there is the urgent retirement warning. You can see some information there on your screen. As you know that a lot of these nations, these BRICS nations, trying to use their dollar instead of our dollar, or Warren Buffett dropping $133 billion in stocks, or all the different things going on. We're looking forward to Maganomics kicking it into even higher gear. But whether Maganomics or whatever's going on out there, still having gold and silver as a backup plan, always great, especially for retirement savings, or if you have a savings account with a little bit of extra money and you want to slide that over to gold and silver. Colonial Metals Group, they'll help you do that. With a 401k backed as well, tax-sheltered IRA, all tax-free. So all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Let's shift over to mypillow.com as well. Of course, you guys see Mike Lindell on our screen every time we do a broadcast because MyPillow is awesome and so is Mike Lindell. So more than 2,000 great products on that website there. If you'd like to, go to mypillow.com/RSBN, up to 80% off on various products there. So many awesome products. So just go to mypillow.com/RSBN. All right, so it's 11:53 a.m. Eastern time, so good morning to you. Again, I hope you had a great weekend as we're seeing a live shot there of the White House, of course, the West Wing, where earlier today, I know that the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, walked into that building. So at this point, it's just a live picture. And then we'll see if we have the live or a replay, which would be only a few minutes old, if you want to say it that way, where the president of France and the president of the United States will meet, as they do with every foreign leader that comes to the White House, in front of the fireplace there at the Oval Office. So we'll bring you that live feed as we get it. And then again, at 2 o'clock, the press conference. In the meantime, let's look at some of the headlines that we've been following, other than Dan Bongino, now the deputy director at the FBI. And then I was reading reports that Kash Patel not only is the director of the FBI, but will also be leading the ATF, so alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So we'll monitor those developments as we get it. Again, 75 executive orders signed by President Trump so far, and we're still counting, and looking forward to seeing more of the same. And all of those executive orders are all based in those campaign promises he had during the campaign season, during the campaign trail. So obviously, Right Side Broadcasting Network, we were at every event covering it live to see the crowds and see the president's full speeches. And, you know, we heard a lot of promises, and we're seeing a lot of them be signed right now through executive order as corruption is continually getting rid in our country. We're getting rid of the corruption in various parts of departments and throughout so many industries as well. So Doge, of course, you know, is doing a great job. And a little bit later, we'll be speaking with somebody to talk more about the ridding of the corruption that he's seeing here on the broadcast. So it's about the top of the hour in just a few minutes. We will be having out of Vermont, the Army Major and former U.S. Senate candidate Gerald Malloy will be joining us. If you remember, he was going up against Bernie Sanders. Well, recently, Bernie putting a video out there just kind of walking towards the camera saying that President Trump is this and that, and that he's going to try and rally with some people around the country and travel to talk about this. Well, I don't know who's going to show up to that, because even liberals are probably happy that President Trump is in office. It's only the extreme radicals like Bernie and others that are doing that. So we'll have Gerald Malloy here in a little bit. I believe that's at 12:30. Also, Carla Sands a little bit later today, of course, with America First Policy Institute. And then also the conservative author and commentator T.S. Dixon will join us as well. So we'll have a lot coming up here as we watch for any live things happening at the White House, but also any breaking news as well. And producer, you said Republican Red, correct? Yep, okay, republicanred.com. So all you have to do is go to republicanred.com, check out all of the variety of wines that are on there. Of course, you see wine for the right side. You have the red blend, you have the sparkling wine right there on your screen. You have the QR code you can go to if you don't want to type in republicanred.com, but use that RSBN promo code as you want to save, of course, money if you're purchasing this wine here, this vino. For those of you that like wine, well, there you go, republicanred.com. Not only enjoy some wine, but enjoy the wine for the right side of history there. A lot of great picks there on that website. Let's pivot now to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. You've heard that number quite a bit here at the network, so all you have to do is just give them a call and talk to them about any of the back taxes that you may have. They'll work with you to get that taken care of. You can go to tnusa.com/RSBN as well to kind of check out the website. And for me personally, I prefer calling various businesses or whatever if I need to work with something. I'd rather talk to somebody on the phone. But still, though, you have the option. If you don't want to talk to anybody, you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN and learn about this great Tax Network USA Group. All right, approaching the top of the hour, looking at social media for a second on X. In a post reposted by the White House, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said, "Mr. President, 5 things I did last week." And I'll stop there for a sec. If you saw President Trump's post regarding Elon Musk, he said it's from Elon, and it was, name 5 things that you did last week. And here are the things that the Secretary of Transportation has done. He terminated the New York City elitist anti-worker congestion pricing. We could just stop there for a sec. I mean, just imagine, just because it's congested with traffic and bottlenecks and beeping of the horn and the whole thing that happens there in New York every day. If you ever look at the GPS, you'll see all those red lines around, and it doesn't have to be rush hour in the morning or evening. It is just packed all the time, as you know, the largest city in America, and I believe the 4th largest in the world. But anyway, so he said, you know what, we're terminating this congestion pricing. It's not the people's fault if there's a lot of traffic. They shouldn't be charged for that. So that's gone. He launched an investigation into the $16 billion in taxpayer money wasted on a high-speed rail project that after 17 years has yet to lay a single mile of track. He also, this is the Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, a post on X that got reposted on the White House X page, saved $10 million a year by eliminating redundant and outdated landlines. Visited the Air Traffic Control Command Center in Virginia to see the critical tech upgrades we need to make our air traffic system the envy of the world. We all know that that's something that needs to be done, along with making sure that the right people are in the right positions, regardless of who they are, what they look like, doesn't matter, as long as they do the right job, right? The high experience level, the quality job, the right attitude to just focus in, especially when it comes to aviation safety. So that, again, the Secretary of Transportation saying that he's taken care of. Now, the 5th thing, he said he toured Burbank, California Traffic Control Tower and heard from air traffic controllers about how to improve conditions and retain and recruit more controllers. He also said, looking forward to another week of fighting for the Americans the American people at the Secretary of Transportation Department there, the U.S. Department of Transportation. So, yeah, I mean, that's just one specific department that is focused on doing great for we the people. I think it's great that we're really refining all of these departments. I mean, I believe most of America agrees because most of America voted for President Trump. So as we refine each of these departments and rid it of corruption, it's not that the departments are going to grow. It's more actually just less government and stronger government. And that, according to President Trump, was the reason why he won the White House. He said that in a speech a while ago. So as the president said that, I believe, within a week and a half ago. So about less government and stronger government. So that's what's happening right now. We're seeing each of these departments and all of these various people really just work on their specific job and do it the right way. This is probably the first time in our nation's history that we have a president, a vice president, a cabinet like this, an FBI director, Kash Patel, a deputy director, Dan Bongino, and others. I mean, we already talked about the cabinet, so I mean, Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem and Marco Rubio and on, RFK Jr. When's the last time we had so many people that were on point for our country? I don't think that's happened. So it's great to see it as it's 12:01 Eastern time, awaiting the French president there and President Trump to see if we'll see them outside at all. I know the French president actually already arrived at the White House earlier. So what we'll do is we'll see possibly the Oval Office meeting between the two leaders, and then definitely we'll see the press conference at 2 o'clock here live on the network. Brightcore is also a great sponsor here, mybrightcore.com/RSBN. All you have to do is call 888-722-0936 for more information on Kimchi One. This product is quite awesome. All you have to do is go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. If you purchase 2, you get 1 free. But why would you want to purchase it? Well, Kimchi is a probiotic. It really helps with, as you see there, gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties. So this is something that is one piece of the puzzle of making America healthy again. And the owner, Kim Bright, who I interviewed in the past, is really on point when it comes to MAGA and MAHA. So make America great again and make America healthy again. She is definitely a full supporter of that and also has a great product. So just go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. You buy two, you get one free. Let's move on now to American Financing, another great sponsor at the network. That's a lot of money. $800, you can save an average of that if you work with American Financing. As you see, it's refinancing and purchasing and home loans. All you have to do is go to AmericanFinancing.net. So AmericanFinancing.net for more information on this group if you're in the market to get a home loan or if you would like to refinance. So work with American Financing. Again, AmericanFinancing.net. 12:03 Eastern, as we look at the southern border now. From the White House, this message came out to the press, and it's something that I don't think will be the lead story on various mainstream media. I don't care if it's local news, national news, international news, but it will be a lead story here on conservative media. So illegal border crossings hit lows not seen in decades, down 94% over last year, while interior arrests are up 134%. And just to double check, to give credit where credit's due, I just want to make sure, because there is a link to this story, and it does say CBS reports illegal crossings at the southern border are down 94% last year. So at least one network is faking it, but still saying a truthful statement that 94% of illegal crossings at the southern border are down 94% from last year. So great to see that report there when it comes to the amount of people that we're not seeing crossing the border. If you want to know what that looks like in numbers, Tom Homan, the border czar, said in a 24-hour time period, 229 people tried to cross the southern border. That's down from about 11,000 a day under Joe Biden. So we see the cause and effect. We see the reactions happening for all of these executive orders. And I don't know about you, but I'm fascinated to see various video from the southern border, of our military down there, making sure the border is sealed and closed. And President Trump said the other day that the southern border is closed. He said that in all caps. I believe that was on Saturday before his speech at CPAC. So we're seeing a dramatic decrease in all of this illegal crossings, but not only that, the amount of fentanyl and crime will go down because of this being closed at the southern border and even at the northern border, as Canada has put out personnel there, just the same as Mexico with their troops. Canada has, they didn't call them military troops or anything, they just said personnel. But we have to remember that through an executive order, we saw that there are Mexican drug cartels operating in Canada as well. So both borders getting secured. And also that other statistic, interior arrests are up by ICE and others 134%. I mean, if there's not a promise made, promise kept, that's one of them right there, or an example of one. You could see that. And there's many others, of course, that we're following here at the network. Again, if there are a bunch of promises and none of this was happening, we would be asking, why is that not happening? I mean, it's part of being a journalist, right? It's not bad to do that. But at the end of the day, we're seeing them fulfilled. And obviously support the Constitution and freedom. And it is great to see President Trump standing for those two great things as well, which freedom is part of the Constitution. So standing for the Constitution. So it's great to see that at 12:06. So let's also do an on-the-fly breaking news check here for you to see what's going on out there, other than today's great meeting between the French President Emmanuel Macron and our President Donald Trump. We'll have, again, any live feed there from the White House. Also, before we get to some of the breaking news, a check on breaking news. Director, do we have any of the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, speaking at one of the conferences? If we do, please let me know. We can go to that and dip into that coverage. Okay, go ahead. Yep. All right, so as we monitor various news, we will also stand by for a possible live feed of Mike Johnson speaking at one of the conferences there in Washington, D.C. It looks that leading report is saying 1.6 trillion worth of investments have been made into the U.S. already under President Trump, including $500 billion from Apple. That's something President Trump's speaking about recently. Also, a judge has blocked DOJ's access to Education Department records per Fox. So, yeah, we're looking at various stories, including the New York City mayor shutting down the Roosevelt Hotel with all the migrant situation there. Yeah, a lot of different things going on. So we're going to really focus in on D.C. today, of course, and if there's any other major breaking news, we'll go to that as well. Producer, did you say that we have a live feed of the Speaker of the House? Okay, so let's go to the Speaker of the House, and at about possibly 12:30, we'll be going live with some interviews here at the network. So let's go to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Did some things that folks were not expecting him to do, at least the skeptics. By the same token, I don't have to tell you how slim the majority is in your House, even in the upper chamber as well. I know that feels like more breathing room, but still awfully close. How do you look at what the voters decided in November? Does that constitute a mandate for the party generally? And what does that look like in terms of your priorities here?
Great question. I think there is a mandate. Not only did President Trump win the Electoral College soundly, he also won the popular vote, 77 million votes. We got our highest vote total ever in history of the House Republicans, 74.8 million votes. We did all that together. Some would say, oh, you rode President Trump's coattails, but I think it was a combination of things. What we achieved in this election cycle was a demographic shift. I think a once-in-a-generation, once-in-my-lifetime kind of event, where we had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, for example, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters and union workers and all these people who had not historically been in our camp, and they came over not reluctantly but enthusiastically. They were looking for an alternative. The left went too far. The woke progressive nonsense, it's sort of like, as I explained it in my mind, the pendulum. They pushed so aggressively, so quickly that it clicked, and now it's coming back. President Trump represents a force that is pushing it back to common sense and the center-right kind of balance where we are and always have been in the nation. And we're going to be a force of that as well. So we do see it as a mandate. We do see it as our responsibility to take care of business. Now, I want you to know that, I traveled the country nonstop last year to make sure we kept the majority and grew it. And every day, almost literally, that we were not in session, I was on the road. I did over 350 campaign events, 250 cities in 40 states. I logged enough miles to circle the globe 5.5 times last year. That's a real statistic. I was 4 inches taller when I became Speaker of the House. Okay, they beat me down mercilessly. But we did grow the majority, and I was so proud, Guy, because I had 220 Republicans and 215 Democrats. And then President Trump began to cull the herd. And so he took a few, and I called him like, Mr. President, you cannot take any more. We're going to be down to one. Oh, Mike, did I do that? Yes, you did, sir. We're down to one. So now, really, this is true. We have a one-vote margin now, smallest in history, right? So for a big chunk of the first 100 days of the Congress and perhaps beyond, this is not an easy task. But we're going to get it done. We have the most aggressive, important legislative agenda that we've had certainly in my lifetime, I think. And when we get this done, it will be an extraordinary achievement because the vote's margin is so small.
Two related questions, one on the timeline for filling some of the aforementioned Trump-created vacancies, right? A couple in Florida, there's one in New York. As you think about a legislative agenda moving forward and you look at the calendar, what are you expecting? What are you anticipating in terms of getting those seats filled? Because Florida, I know that they're doing everything they possibly can. New York, with Stefanik's seat, that's a different question, right? Because the governance up there, they're not as interested in helping you get some folks back into your caucus, right? I know they talk a lot about democracy, but it seems like they're pretty comfortable with a seat remaining vacant for as long as possible in upstate New York.
That's true. Florida, we have a date certain. It'll be April 1, April Fool's Day. Don't put too much stock into that. It will be 2 Republicans. We already know who they are. Those are deep red districts, and it's reliable spaces. Mike Waltz's seat, Matt Gaetz's seat. Lee Stefanik's seat in New York is different because you're right. The liberal left Democrats run the state assembly, and they've not been kind to us there at the state capitol, and they're toying with the idea of extending and holding that seat open under some guise of democracy until the fall, perhaps. It's one of the suggestions. So
a delayed election for democracy.
For democracy, yeah. Don't forget about the fact that 750,000 upstate New Yorkers would be without representation in Congress for no apparent reason. Under existing New York law, that vacancy is supposed to be filled no later than 90 days from the date that it is vacated. So we'll see what happens. They haven't changed the law yet. If we get the budget resolution passed this week, which is the plan, then it's possible that Elise Stefanik would go ahead and move on to her assignment at the UN as the ambassador there once she gets through the confirmation process in the Senate, which I think would go quickly. And then that would start the clock. And so let's hope that we can get it filled in time and hope that the law is respected by Democrats in New York.
And I want to come back to this week in a second. But again, looking at priorities. You're starting to see some softness in the polling for the president, for the party, maybe a honeymoon that he never enjoyed last time. He's had it. The polls are conflicting about whether that's, starting to maybe taper off or not. But one consistent data point that we're seeing is that there is still this extreme concern among voters about the cost of living and the price of everything. And obviously, a mess was inherited. There's no question about that. But at some point, you're in the driver's seat as a Republican Party controlling the trifecta. What is it that you would say to voters who are wondering, are they really focusing on what matters the most to us, which would be the cost of living and probably immigration, those top two? Plenty on immigration. What about on that number one issue that really, I think, was so harmful to the Democrats in the fall?
Yeah, it was. Clearly, the president and all of us ran on a set of issues that were the most important to the people. We've got to secure the border. We have to get the economy under control, reduce inflation. We've got to get American energy dominance back and restore peace through strength, reduce the regulatory state, the bureaucracy, the deep state. All those processes are underway. The president's done an heroic job with executive authority right out of the gates and accomplished quite a bit. DOJ is working overtime, and all these things are happening. Now we have to codify it. So the reconciliation process is the key to getting that done. And for a lot of people back home who don't follow all the machinations here, the reconciliation is the one exception to having to get 60 votes, the 60-vote threshold in the Senate. Because we only have to have 53 Republicans in the Senate right now, doing something with a bare majority is the way to go. So we'll use the reconciliation process to check a lot of the boxes of the promises that we made, and that is how we will get to the cost of living. The price of eggs is up high because that has more to do with bird flu than anything else, okay? There's a lot of mixed messages out there, but obviously inflation continues to be a major problem. The way to do that is to make sure small businesses have certainty, to make sure we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what will happen by default at the end of this year if we're not successful in this mission, to get taxes down, reduce regulations, and free up the free market again. And the way you do that, the way you ensure prosperity, which is what we're all about, is to get the government out of the way. This is the team to do it, and reconciliation is the vehicle in which we're going to get it done.
Easier said than done. The way that the logistics work out is something I want to delve into. Before we do that, if you're just joining us, we're at the AFP Freedom Embassy. Speaker Mike Johnson, our guest. And there's a few folks here that AFP has recognized as really high-level activists who've done a lot of work on the ground. And got a couple questions for you from them. So let's start. I'm sure this was done completely at random, but one of them happens to be from Louisiana. Eric is with us from your home state. Hey. Eric, take it away.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. My name is Eric. I recently graduated from our alma mater, Louisiana State University. And I'm focused on my future, hopefully building a career, starting a family in Louisiana. But the last few years have been difficult with the rising cost of energy, housing, and groceries. How would your principles and your vision for the next couple of years on issues help me and other Louisianians achieve our goal?
Great question. See, LSU students are so bright. They are Look, I will concede to you that you got greater challenges than I had when I graduated LSU and started a family in Louisiana back in the mid-'90s. There's a lot of headwinds right now. This election really was for all the marbles. I mean, it was a crossroads for the country, and we won. And so now we have the mandate, the opportunity to fix all this. The best thing that we can do to ensure liberty, opportunity, security for you and your young family that you'll start is to get government out of the way. And that's what our team is for. I mean, at the end of the day, the Republican Party, we talked about the core principles, but at the end of the day, you could summarize it. We're pro-family and pro-growth, right? And those are the two ingredients that make it easier for people to start out. My daughter's just graduating law school down there at LSU in May, and she just got married in June. So this is a live fire exercise from my family, too. And she's the oldest of our four. I got one that graduated undergrad and is on the way to law school. I got a son at the Naval Academy, and I have a 14-year-old. So they're all looking at me with the same anticipation. All right, Dad, get this fixed. We will, right? So I keep going back to reconciliation, but that's the quickest vehicle we have to achieve these desired results. And what we need is to get government out of the way. We need a smaller, leaner federal government that's out of your life so that the free market can thrive. If you reduce taxes and regulations, you allow job creators, entrepreneurs, risk takers, the people that create the jobs to do more of what they do. And you unleash that power of the U.S. economy that has been smothered by government regulation for too long. This is not theoretical. We did it, of course, in the first Trump administration. I was here as a freshman in 2017 when President Trump started. And we reduced taxes, reduced regulations. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world pre-COVID. I mean, really, every boat was rising in every demographic. And then we had all these disruptive events. So we can get back to that. We know the formula, and it will help everybody who's starting out. So I would say help is on the way. Hang in there. And don't leave Louisiana. Okay, stay there.
All right, thank you, Eric. And from your neck of the woods and your alma mater to one of the most important battleground states in the country, Wisconsin. I know AFP is very focused on a very important judicial race up there in a matter of weeks. Mike is a small business owner in Wisconsin. Mike, what's your question for the Speaker?
Speaker Johnson, my name is Mike Doble. I am a small business owner from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My wife and I own a hospitality group with 6 restaurants, some small breweries, and 190 employees. It's super important to us to continue the tax cuts, and I know it is important to you as well. But there's some differences in opinion between the House and the Senate, and just Republicans, even in your House. What's your plan to try to bridge that gap so we can continue as we need it? We need to keep hiring and growing, or we're dying. So what's your plan to bridge that gap?
Well, thanks, Mike, for the question, and thanks I know you did some heavy work there in Wisconsin, I'm sure. In this audience, if you're here, you were part of that, and that was huge. Wisconsin was a huge state for us this time around. So what we need to do, I'll give you a little more detail about reconciliation, because it sounds like a lofty concept, but the details really do matter here. What we need to do for small business owners like you is get government out of the way and give you certainty so that you can plan and invest appropriately so that you know what's going to happen 6 months from now or more. The reason that we're putting the extensions of the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the seminal achievement, one of the seminal achievements of the first Trump administration, the reason that's in reconciliation is because, as we noted, those tax cuts are going to expire at the end of this year if we don't fix it. And the reason we have to do it early in the process and not wait until the end of this year or later is because everybody needs to see the effects of that, like ASAP, right? I mean, if you're a small business owner, this is a very challenging time because you don't know what to expect. The markets don't know what to expect. The bond market doesn't know what to expect. So putting that clarity in as early as possible is critical for everybody who is in a position like you are. And so the way to do that is with one big beautiful bill, okay? Like, that's the president's phrase, and I've adopted it. In fact, I have it tattooed on my chest here. I could show you. It's that important, all right? Why? Because some of my dearest friends, Ted Cruz and I are very close friends, Lindsey Graham in the Senate, they've been pushing the two-bill strategy in the Senate. But I want y'all to know the inside baseball is my math is much more complicated in the House than the Senate. For the first time in our lifetime, the Senate Republicans have a wider margin than we have in the House, okay? And also have 160 plus additional personalities to deal with than they have with just their 53 over there. And I have a much more diverse caucus. So remember, I've got people who are elected in like R plus 26 districts and like deep red rural states. And then I've got people who are elected in districts that Kamala Harris won on the ballot by 10 or 11 points, D plus 12 districts. And those Republicans look at an issue set with very different lenses. Their philosophy and the principles are the same, but their constituencies are very different. And so they've got to be mindful of that. So my job is to find the equilibrium point between the two sides and to advance the ball as far as we can down the field for our conservative principles and get 218 votes. And now I've got a salt caucus over here that they don't have to contend with in the Senate because the state and local tax issue is huge to people that are elected in New York, New Jersey, California, and other states. But think of it, there's no red state senators, because they're all red state guys, that have that issue to contend with. And we have multiple caucuses and interest that I've got to contend with. So finding the right point for all those dials is going to be the trick over the next several weeks. We'll get there, and the sooner that we do, the better it's going to be for you and every small business owner, and large company for that matter, around the country, because that's going to lock in and codify the certainty that you need to be able to do what you do best, and that is grow your business and add jobs.
I saw a headline, I think today at Politico, Mike Johnson's moment of truth. You've had a few of those already in your speakership. Here's another moment of truth, moments of truths maybe, but it is a big one this week because step one is this floor vote maybe tomorrow, maybe later in the week. Committee was sort of a sigh of relief there, but you've got a lot of cats to herd. Not everyone's on board from what the reporting suggests. Are you confident, and how would you measure that level of confidence that you're going to get this through? This is step one, right? Getting to the vehicle with literally no margin for error, because I think there's at least one member who's a no.
There may be more than one, but they'll get there. We're going to get everybody there. This is a prayer request. Just pray this through for us, because it is very high stakes, and everybody knows that. And as we were talking in the hall guy a little while ago, somebody noted a couple weeks ago, the thing about having a small majority is it brings great clarity. It's clarifying. You know, I don't think anybody wants to be in front of this train. I think they want to be on it, and people come at with genuine conviction, you know, about the debt and the deficit and about these issues and that issue, but I'm often reminded, and I remind my colleagues all the time, of what Ronald Reagan reminded us. I'd rather get 80% of what I want than go over the cliff with the flag waving. And for those of us who believe in limited government and liberty and opportunity and security, prosperity, we have to recognize that an aircraft carrier is not turned on a dime. It takes 3 miles to turn an aircraft carrier, right? It took us decades to get into the situation we're in. It is not likely that we're going to fix everything in one bill in one foul swoop. So, but if we can make great strides in these areas and we begin to change the trajectory of the carrier, we can turn it around. And if we do that well, and we demonstrate to all these new demographics who came into the party now, that it truly is our principles, our core conservative principles, that lead to human flourishing. It is our principles that are better for them as individuals, families, you know, a community, their state, the nation as a whole, then we will be able to hold this as a governing majority for years to come. This can be an historic moment for our party and our principles, and this is the first step in what will be many steps. It's day by day.
So if your analysis that it's going to happen / prayer request comes through this week, I guess part one of the question is, what would the timeline then look like to get to then the reconciliation piece, which would be maybe harder, right? This is just getting on to something, the vote this week. Then it's like, okay, what does a final bill that would become law actually look like? What timeline are you looking at for there? And then maybe one that you're not excited to contemplate but has to be asked, if there's a wrinkle this week and there's a stumble, is there a plan B, or is it this or nothing?
I've got a whole playbook, but I'm not going to tell you that. We're going to score on this one, okay? But when the resolution passes, as you know, this is just the sort of the opening, this is the starting gun basically for the real reconciliation process. And so that is scheduled out, and I put out a very aggressive timetable and schedule for the reasons we discussed. We need to do this quickly.
I think in 2017 you took too long. The Republicans took too long.
That's exactly right. We didn't get to the tax piece until late in the year. And so what happened was the benefit of what we had done was not fully realized by everybody before that midterm election. Only twice in 85 years has a newly elected president, had his party grow or add seats in the House in that first 2-year cycle. So we're going to have to defy history, and we will. I think we've got a very favorable landscape and the right ingredients to do it, but we've got to perform. So if we do it early, to meet that aggressive timetable, what we're going to do is pass the resolution, and then through the rest of February and all of the month of March, you'll see the committees, what happens is we give instructions to 11 different House committees in areas of jurisdiction on all these issues. And they've got to work through and find their equilibrium points in those subgroups, bring it up to the full group, get it on the floor. My calendar has us passing this by probably the first week of April and getting it to the Senate so they can do their work on it.
After April 1st, perhaps?
After April 1st. You see how that works? Yeah, a couple more votes. And then we get it done, and if this works, then we get it to the President's desk by early May. That would be enough time for this to become part of the law, to give the certainty that everyone needs, and for the American people to begin seeing the benefit of this so that it's reflected in the election outcome and in all of our lives. Yeah.
Just a couple more here. I've had, you mentioned a friend of yours, Senator Cruz, on the show. I had Senator Thune on the show recently, still making, to my ears, a robust, interesting case for the two-bill idea. When you push back on them in private and you say, look, here's my math and here's why one big, beautiful bill makes sense on the House side, are they receptive to it, or do you feel like are they still saying, actually, no, you're wrong?
No, this is a very friendly debate. These are all very close friends, and there's no daylight between the House and Senate Republicans, and that's very important. I mean, there's no animosity here at all. We're all trying to accomplish the same exact mission. They just see it from different lenses in the Senate that we do in the House. And when I lay out all the complexities, Ted, Lindsey, and John, none of them can refute that. They just go, oh, yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I know. Thanks a lot. Welcome to my life. So, look, I think what happens, they passed their resolution last week, and whatever they're calling that, that's a plan B, that's fine. But I said you have to allow the House to lead on this by necessity. We need to. We have to. I have the more complicated equation to solve. Here's another thing, too, that everybody needs to remember, and this will mean something to the folks in this room. We have new revenue inputs that really ought to be factored into this. I mean, the tariffs policy that the president's pursuing is going to be scored by the Congressional Budget Office as a number, some significant number. The 10% tariffs on China could be a large number, just that alone. And then what DOGE is doing, cutting down the size and scope of government pretty dramatically, results in a massive cost saving, cutting out the fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, they found almost $60 billion, they estimated, already, and they've only been doing it for a few weeks. So Elon is in the middle. He's gotten into the belly of the beast, and I met with him a couple weeks ago at his office, Monday before last, and he was explaining to me what he's doing, and he and I got increasingly excited as we were going through this, and I said, man, look, I know you're excited because you think of this as a scientist and a data analyst. I think of it as a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is restore the original intent of the framers of the Constitution, because they envisioned a small, efficient federal government. Remember, most of the power is pushed down to the states, right? Because that's important for maintaining the checks and balances and all the rest of the things we need. But they wanted a federal government that was small and efficient and effective and accountable. And the accountability piece will be ensured by the duly elected representatives of the people in the Congress who could have oversight. The problem is, for decades, as we know, we haven't been able to do that job well, because even though we requested the data and requested the insight, it was hidden. How many of you know that bureaucracy was not forthcoming, right? They're not transparent. That's the whole point.
All right, listening to Mike Johnson live there, the House Speaker, of course. If we could see that live picture from the West Wing of the White House. There's President Trump right now. Let's go there live.
He's created these algorithms that are constantly crawling.
Hospital? Pope?
Oh, yes, no. We do think about the Holy Pope, and we wish him a recovery and a prompt recovery.
Thank you.
So
Should
much.
federal workers be listening to their agencies or Elon Musk, sir?
Okay, you saw the president of both our country, the United States, of course, and France there getting asked about the Pope. And President Trump saying we wish him well, and some words there by both leaders about Pope Francis, of course, in some critical condition at this point. So if any developments are there, we will obviously be covering that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go, before we go to a live interview, let's go to a split screen, if we can, on the program here, of President Trump's Truth Social post about the French President Emmanuel Macron from just a bit earlier today. He said, "Today, President Emmanuel Macron of France joined me in the Oval Office to speak to the G7 summit. The meeting was convened by Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada, the current chair of G7, to acknowledge the third anniversary of the Russia-Ukraine war." Now, this was from earlier this morning. The two met, and then the French president went probably to the Blair House, where usually the foreign leaders stay, and then just returned, as you saw that live there. President Trump saying on Truth Social, referring to the Russia-Ukraine war, which would have never started if I was president. Everyone expressed their goal of seeing the war end, and I emphasized the importance of the vital critical minerals and rare earth steel between the United States and Ukraine, which we will hope be signed very soon. So this goes on President Trump's Truth Social page. If you'd like to check that out, it's on there as well. Let's go live right now to a retired Army Major, Gerald Malloy, also a former candidate in the Senate and director. I do not see him on our screen here. You guys might see him on TV right now, but I don't see him here. If you can switch over the programming so I can see Mr. Malloy. We're going to talk about a number of things, including the first first month of office for President Trump. Of course, the 30 days of greatness that we've seen with the executive orders being signed by President Trump. And also, we'll be talking about some Bernie Sanders news out there. So, sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you, Matthew. Great to see you. It's been a little bit. Happy New Year. And what a great year it's starting off. You're exactly right. I actually texted President Trump not too long ago. I said, "Sir, thank you for saving America." That's what's going on. Right.
Exactly. No, it's awesome. And of course, I know you were endorsed by the president, but at the end of the day, Bernie Sanders the other day on video, on a social media post, Bernie in his jacket and just walking, and he's talking to the camera and talking about President Trump is authoritarian or dictator, that kind of stuff. The guy is off his rocker. I mean, who is really listening to that kind of speech anymore?
It's hard to watch, and it's kind of hard to believe. I ran against Bernie. I beat him in 3 debates. I didn't win the election according to the results, but I think what we're going to see, Matthew. Well, a couple of things. Unfortunately, right now Vermont's in a bad spot. They have no representation in Washington whatsoever, at all. And our governor voted for Kamala Harris. Between Peter Welch, Bernie Sanders, Becca Balint, there's no representation down in Florida. It's not effective. But Bernie still asking for money. It's amazing. Still asking for money, and he's got whatever the number is now, 10 million in his war chest. But we're watching that side. The Democrat Party is melting down, which it needs to do. It deserves it. And we're watching our president deliver on all the promises he made. He got a mandate from the people, and he's delivering on those promises, and he is making America great again, and I support him 100%. And I'm proud. It's great to be an American again. I feel good about it. I didn't like the direction we were going. It's why I ran in 22 against Peter Welch. It's why I ran against Bernie Sanders. Yes, back to the Constitution.
Yeah. And I believe many Americans, the majority of the country, and I'm talking a very large majority of this country, agree with everything you just said there. And to be honest, we could just end the interview with that, but we're not going to, of course. I mean, but that's exactly what it is. It's common sense. You feel proud to be an American again, and you serving in the military as well. Thank you again for your service. And let's shift over to Maine, of course, right there bordering Vermont. And did you see that back and forth with the Maine governor and the president of the United States the other day?
I didn't watch it. I read about it. And, what we're seeing is some folks, there's going to be kicking and screaming. But it is happening live right before our eyes. And, my recommendation would be get on board, because this is the direction our president, a great president, is leading us in, and he's going to deliver. And I've also communicated with him and his staff. I said, keep your foot in the gas. don't you just keep going. And it's exactly what the United States needs because, among many things, a $36 trillion debt, unsustainable. So we need to become efficient again. We don't need an ever-growing government. And I did want to say one thing I'm very proud of is the Vermont GOP. And you might not realize this, Matthew, but Vermont had the greatest state gains across the entire country in 2024. So we were in a supermajority position, a bad position, with 12 vetoes were overridden by the supermajority in the last 18 months or so. And we gained seats in the state legislature, Senate representation, overcome that, greatest gains in the country. So I'm very proud of that. That's very proud of that victory, so to speak. So it is moving over. Vermont's going to take a while. That's unfortunate. I don't want Vermont to get left behind. That's what's happening now. But I'm very proud of what the president is doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's to your point. President Trump speaking at CPAC on Saturday, saying all 50 states shifting to the Republican side, to the red side. And, what better state to hear that from than Vermont? Because we know that Vermont has always, been towards the Bernie Sanders type. And to see that there, that definitely proves that point right there live, that all of these states, we've seen the counties voting those percentages to increase for President Trump. So awesome to see that. All right, let's shift gears to Doge. Your thoughts about Elon Musk, Doge, and ridding the government of the corruption that has been just sitting there for decades.
Sure. I will tell you a couple of things. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, I actually just, for some reason, I reread the Gettysburg Address. And it was actually sent a little chill up my spine because it talks about a new rebirth of freedom. That's what's happening. And it talked about a government, of the people, by the people, for the people. And our government has been going in a very bad direction in terms of ever growing and more control. That's just taken away from individual freedom, liberty. And so I applaud what Elon Musk is doing and Doge. I served in the Army. I know all about bureaucracy. We've got way too much. Particularly even in the military. Military, you want to be agile and adaptive. So cleaning house we need to do that. It does get back to the debt, and the 36 trillion. It gets back to that and better ways to spend our money, have money to spend. So I applaud the efforts that are going on with Elon Musk, and it needs to be done.
Yeah, and that's a lot of people are echoing that sentiment around the country right now. If you're just joining us, this is Gerald Malloy out of Vermont. He, of course, it was a major in the Army and also went up against Bernie Sanders there in Vermont. Something that I think anybody would do great at when it comes to the amount of people that are starting to shift to the right side of the aisle. It's that common sense versus that radical woke agenda. And sir, I wanted to ask you also, before I let you go, about the FBI when it comes to Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, two guys at the top. Talk about two bad, guys doing great there. Your thoughts, sir?
Again, I'm thrilled with the major nominations that are working their way through. I'm watching those very closely. Frankly, I'd be honored to be part of the Trump administration at some point. But those major nominations, I am 100% supportive. Kash Patel, one of the most disturbing things we've seen in the last 4 years has been the politicalization, or the weaponization of our justice system. That is just right bedrock core wrong. And he's going to right that ship, and I applaud that. Can't happen fast enough. And, frankly, some heads are going to roll. They deserve to. And I'm very excited about all the nominations that have been making their way through. Again, getting back, it has been, I don't want to say comical, but you watch the other side, some of the members of U.S. senators, and just degrading themselves. National, on public TV in some of those hearings, that was hard to watch, but, have at it. Keep digging. That party has had it, and the Republican Party, the GOP, common sense, and the Constitution, we're going to lead this America, this country, to be great again.
Amen. Amen to that. And also seeing Pam Bondi as the AG, the top person over at the DOJ. So, Gerald Malloy, thank you again, live from Vermont. And thank you and your family again for joining us here live.
Sure. Thank you so much, Matthew, and God bless America.
God bless America. Amen. All right, so 12:41 Eastern Time, February 24th. Of course, it's Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Of course, a lot of news out there when it comes to Dan Bongino just yesterday, hearing that he's the deputy director at the FBI. Also, President Trump having a great speech at CPAC, really summing up. It was perfect timing for CPAC this year with President Trump's first month in office, the 75 executive orders, all of the great things that we're seeing throughout our country right now to clean up our country, to increase law and order, to increase health through RFK and getting rid of toxins in our foods, all the things that we're really focusing in on. Also, all of those expenditures that have gone to woke, radical, extremist, few people into it type of things, acting like half the country's into a lot of these things, and they're not. But all of that money going to other countries as well. Doge just kicking serious butt out there, as you guys know. Elon Musk and his crew. At the end of the day, this is common sense and truth. And if the mainstream media is going to come against this, it's because they are definitely on the wrong side of history. I don't know why they got so brainwashed. And, well, we know how that all happened, getting taught these terrible Marxist ways over the years. And, there's some good-hearted people that are Democrats, but sometimes some of them are just not focused on the right things when it comes to common sense in our country. So let's shift over to one of our great sponsors here at the network, Colonial Metals Group, with an urgent retirement warning. You see there, Warren Buffett dropping, I think he dumped $133 billion in stocks the other day. And we've got those BRICS nations out there, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, trying to use their own currency instead of our US dollar. So at the end of the day, where do you trust your money, right? Obviously, as we see Maganomics increase here, that'll be great to see. But also gold and silver, of course, as a backup plan, a tax-sheltered IRA, a 401k, all of that right there you can see on your screen. You can use the QR code, or you can go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN. That's Colonial Metals Group, as it's 12:43 Eastern Time right now, as we are awaiting the feed from the Oval Office, where President Trump is meeting with the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. Speaking of Europe, great to see Germany winning an election toward the Conservative Party, AFD as well, doing great out there. So similar AFD is to UK Reform Party, Reform UK, where Nigel Farage is leading. So as many wins as we can get toward the free world is a great thing, right? So seeing that here, of course, in our country, and seeing that in various countries around the world, not in Brazil, of course. We've been following the Jair Bolsonaro story as well, the rightful president there, where the people want him to be leading that country. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about with that nation. But at the end of the day, we're focused in, of course, on today's foreign leader, the French president, Emmanuel Macron. This is the 5th foreign leader to stop at the White House in less than a month and a half of the president being there. He meets with 5 foreign leaders now, signs 75 executive orders. We see the southern border get closed. We see the military down there. I mean, we see ICE making arrests. There's a lot going on. We see our constitutional rights protected. We see Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, on and on and on. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, so many people in the right positions. So this is a pretty good Monday. It's a good Monday in America. It's 12:45. At about 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by conservative author and commentator T.S. Dixon, and then we will move on to Carla Sands a bit later. Now, this is all as we await the president and the president of France there in the Oval Office. As we get a feed, we'll bring that to you. Also, at 2 o'clock, a press conference in the East Room of the White House. President Trump and the French president will have that press conference there. RSBN's Robert McNeely will be in studio, just getting back off that great trip to CPAC. He'll bring you that coverage for the press conference. And also a shout out to RSBN's Christina Loren and Ashley Brassfield, Megan Kohler, and others here at the network that are just on the right side of history, on Team Freedom. And it's great to be having a group of people that are on that right side of history here at the network. So let's go over some more specifics that we're looking at right now. We do know on Wednesday, President Trump will have his first cabinet meeting. So we'll have that coverage on the 26th. And then on March 4th, he'll speak to a joint session of Congress. So that will happen on March 4th. So those two dates we've been checking out here, of course, at the network, and also the day-to-day schedule. Obviously, we get that here at the network, and we'll bring to you as much live coverage as possible. So this is more like, as Robert puts it, a live desk. You know, we're going to be live. Sometimes, you know, there's various live vantage points that we have to go from this shot to that vantage point, just like we did right there. As we see the live picture of the West Wing and also the front of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the bottom right. And let's see if also from now until the interview at 1 o'clock, Director, is the Speaker of the House still speaking at the conference that we had from earlier, or is that over? Okay, so that's wrapped up. That was Speaker Mike Johnson speaking at the Americans for Prosperity earlier. So that we had a little bit of live coverage of that. And today, of course, again, 2 o'clock will be the press conference for President Trump and the President of France. Earlier, I was talking about the various confirmation picks. We have 18 of them already voted for, and the Senate has passed a number of the people there. There are 4 yet that we are waiting on. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, so the designee there is Elise Stefanik, waiting for that vote to come down. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez-DeRemer, and the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. So looking forward to seeing those 4 to their positions as all systems are go with the government. And it's great to see, again, President Trump saying the other day that the reason why they won the White House, and he won the White House, was a number of reasons, of course, but one of them, he said, was less government and stronger government. We just want the people doing the right things at the right jobs at the right time, and we're seeing that happen right now. What a time to be alive to see the reform of our country before our eyes. What a time to be alive to see the reform of the media as well. Conservative media bringing more of the constitutional-based common sense reporting, and you know, sharing that America First breaking news with you and all of that, instead of what you've been fed for decades on the left. So there you go. Let's go to patriotaddict.com. So patriotaddictdeals.com, they have a number of great products, including the Trump Combat Knife you see there. You can go to the QR code if you'd like. It'll take you right to the Trump Combat Knife, where you can get it for 30% off. So just use the RSBN promo code, RSBN30. You get 30% off that product. But also, when you go to patriotaddict.com or patriotaddictdeals.com, you'll see a lot of MAGA gear on there. So great to see all of that. And if you'd like to get some gear, go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Let's also go to angelpaste.com. If you want to use an RSBN promo code to save a percentage off of this product right there, you can do that as well. Angel Paste, based out of Spring, Texas, hearing great reviews for these products, and also they hire military veterans. This is a great patriotic group of people that sell this product there. So Angel Paste Miracle Cream, go to angelpaste.com. Use that RSBN promo code to get 10% off of your order. We're about 10 minutes away from the top of the hour as we're monitoring live coverage in Washington, D.C. on this Monday, February 24th. You know, Kash Patel the other day on X said, "I am living the American dream. We will uphold the Constitution. We will uphold ourselves to the Constitution." And the White House saying, you know, the FBI director will ensure the FBI serves the American people and upholds its core mission to enforce justice fairly. That's what we want in the country. We want that law and order back, but we also want free and fair elections. We want the freedom of the press in the sense of honest and fair journalism, just reporting the facts of what's happening, not this left-wing agenda that's trying to, you know, continually pull the wool over our eyes at all, and it's great to have that awareness now, that freedom of thought, to be able to not be, a sheeple listening to whatever the news said. The news said this, so that's what we believe. None of those things anymore. And are we the news? Sure, we're the news too. But however, if you listen to the content of what we're doing, if you see the actions of what we're doing, we're on the right side of history. We're based in the Constitution. We are based in truth and common sense here. So that's the perspective that you can expect here at this network from all of the hosts. People, we're all citizens just like you are. So it's not like there's a separation like maybe in other ways of media, but there's no separation. It's we the people together. So looking forward to seeing this continue to expand here at the network. All right, so it looks like in about 8 minutes we'll be joined by T.S. Dixon, the conservative author who has a new book out, The Woke Mind Viruses. And then also Carla Sands will join us at 1:15 Eastern. So we have a couple interviews lined up for now. I'm Matthew Alvarez. For those of you just joining us, awaiting President Trump and the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, the live picture from inside the Oval Office. So we'll be going to that here in just a minute. Now, in other headlines that we were following from a few weeks back, the Florida Representative Ana Paulina Luna announced Federal Secrets Declassification Task Force, which will declassify government secrets. She had a press conference about this. Quite awesome to see the specifics that she was talking about. She said they were going to release any files on JFK, RFK, and MLK assassinations, the Epstein files, documents about UFOs, the 9/11 files, and COVID-19, documents, that kind of thing. So those were all discussed, each of those right there, by Ana Paulina Luna, the great Florida representative. Everybody that we've heard from when it comes to various cabinet positions or people that are on the right side of history, you can tell that they're with it because they're not using teleprompters. They're just speaking straight up about these kind of things out there in our country to get rid of that corruption. So, so we're looking forward to seeing more of the same there. Let's also see if we can go to President Trump from CPAC the other day. He had about a minute and 15-second clip of just talking about some of the great things that he has done. We might be able to go to that. What's that, producer? Okay, so we might be able to go to that here in just a second. And then, if you missed the CPAC speech by President Trump, it really summed up all of the great things that have happened over the past 30 plus days in our country. So looking forward to, if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's definitely a great speech that happened at CPAC. Also, on Saturday night, the Governors Association dinner and reception, we had that live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to check that out as well, we have a lot of our clips. If you've missed any live events over the weekend or just last week and you're just getting back into it, you can check those out on Rumble and also on various social media platforms right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so let's go to a short clip from President Trump at CPAC. Then on top of that, we'll be being joined by a 1 o'clock interview in just a minute. So let's go to CPAC from just a couple days ago.
Leaders, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing. The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp and we're restoring government by the people, for the people. For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists, warmongers, and corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry. Not any longer. But on November 5th, we stood up to all the corrupt forces that were destroying America. We took away their power. We took away their confidence. They lost their confidence, Do you ever watch? They lost their confidence. Oh, it's so nice to watch. And we took back our country. And we must be doing something right because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had.
So you can check out that full speech in its entirety on Rumble, on our various platforms, our website as well from Saturday. A great speech there by President Trump. All right, let's go to some of our sponsors before our next interview. Byrna is one of them. Of course, a lot of you may have heard of this great product. This is a less lethal launcher, not classified as a firearm, of course. You see there, no background checks, more than 25,000 5-star reviews, legal in all 50 states, and it can be delivered right to you today. So go to Byrna.com/RSBN. It's actually a page set up right for you, RSBN viewers, Byrna.com/RSBN. So this group here, they obviously love their product because obviously less lethal is a good thing. However, they are big 2A supporters. They also have their firearms, at their houses and that kind of thing. But we're hearing that in law enforcement that about 99% of altercations don't really need to even go that far as a lethal situation. So when it's anything else, you have this opportunity here to have the alternate to deadly force, and proudly American, of course. All you have to do is go to Byrna.com/RSBN. You'll get a discount on there as well. When you pull the trigger on this is a kinetic bullet of sorts. It's plastic, right? But it's a hard plastic, and it will take care of business. But it also has another chemical shot there where it has tear gas. So one thing this has over the other products is when you pull the trigger on this, that's when it punctures the CO2 cartridge. On others, you have to hit something on the bottom of the magazine in order for it to start. And that could be leaking a lot of the CO2 while you're figuring out what's going on. At least this one right away, as soon as you pull the trigger, it's go time. Now, you don't need to obviously use any of these products. Hopefully you don't ever have to use these products, but it's always good to have a safe product like this when it comes to less lethal. Again, 5% of law enforcement actually have a Byrna. That's what we're told, and we're hearing a lot of great reviews. More than 500,000 units sold in just the past 5 years. That's a lot of units. So just go to Byrna.com/RSBN, Byrna.com/RSBN. Also, if you'd like, you can go to MyPillow.com, switching gears quite dramatically from that to this, but it's all right. The mega sale, whether it's pillows or sheets and flannel blankets, of course you see the My Cross, My Towels, all sorts of great products there on MyPillow.com. Get that huge percentage off. It's up to 80%. So not everything's 80% off, but it's up to 80% using the RSBN promo code. The great Mike Lindell getting a huge shout out at that CPAC conference on Saturday. It was quite awesome. And it wasn't just one of those, hey, Mike's here. No, it was like a minute long from President Trump talking about Mike. It was pretty awesome. So you can support him too and support us indirectly, mypillow.com/RSBN for all of those great products there. All right, so it's 12:59 right now, approaching the top of the hour as we await President Trump and the French President Emmanuel Macron from that Oval Office meeting there. And then also, we know that there will be a press conference at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock will be the press conference. And as long as it's right on time, of course, RSBN's Robert McNeely will be here in studio to carry that coverage of the press conference as we continue our live broadcast here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so we do know, again, Carlos Sands will be joining us soon, T.S. Dixon around the corner, and also just to review from the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy actually posted on X just the other day something that is similar to what Elon Musk shared with President Trump, and then President Trump on Truth Social posted it. It said from Elon, and it had a list of the 5 things that a federal or a government worker has done over the past week. Well, the list of 5, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, posted. He said, Mr. President, 5 things I did last week. Number 1, terminated the New York City elitist anti-worker congestion pricing. So that was great for the people of New York and New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, Pennsylvania that commute to New York City. Instead of having an extra toll because it's congested out there on the traffic side of things, that's been terminated by the DOT. So number 2, He launched an investigation into the $16 billion in taxpayer dollars wasted on a high-speed rail project that after 17 years has yet to lay a single mile of track. So $16 billion, an investigation into that. Where did that $16 billion go? Have you seen the tracks out there? I haven't. I've seen Amtrak, or I've seen the Acela train out of DC and that kind of thing, but I have not seen that. So we're going to continue that list in just a second as we're looking live there at the White House. Joining us now is T.S. Dixon. He is a conservative author, of course, and also a conservative commentator. Sir, thank you again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey, Matt, thanks for having me.
Definitely. Can you talk to us about your thoughts about the past 30 days of President Trump's second administration here? That's a lot of executive orders that he signed for the good of this country.
Yeah, what we're watching here is tremendous. I mean, we're in the middle of something so big, I think it's escaping most people because the mainstream media is just downplaying it. But what we're watching is one of only a handful of great reform movements that the United States and the West has ever seen. And we're living right in the middle of it. I mean, Trump is just at the beginning of it. He's leading it. And his executive orders are like, you could think of it as phase one or stage one of the reforms. I would call it the executive phase, where he's just decision making and rolling out proclamations and commands to the government agencies and employees, along with Elon Musk. And then next, we'll get into where Pam Bondi and her team will begin to investigate and go after a lot of the crimes and the fraud and the abuse and the waste that we're seeing now being uncovered. And then it will be followed by a massive legislative phase where they'll need to submit now these reforms into law.
Exactly. So we're seeing a lot of things going on right now. What are your thoughts about DOJ? What are your thoughts about the FBI now? I mean, we've got some great people in Elon Musk and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino really taking care of two serious areas of our country, finances and crime.
You know, what Trump is doing is brilliant. He is an innovator. He learned from his first term, where he came in, like most of us, trusting the systems, trusting the United States, thinking that the United States was pretty much a good and upright country full of good and upright institutions. And what he learned and what we learned is that there's a great deal of cancerous corruption through every layer of our federal government, and that many of the people and the leaders that were involved were extremely corrupt and conducting criminal activities at the expense of the American taxpayer and citizen. And so they even tried to weaponize the justice system, the government, to stop him from coming back in and uncovering their crimes. And they threw everything they had at him, even to the point of almost assassinating Trump. And Trump survived. He endured. And now he's back. And what he's doing now is bringing in his crew, his team of outsider experts like Pam Bondi, like Elon Musk, like Kash Patel. And these are the renegades. When all that Washington has is to say, oh, they're inexperienced, they're not qualified. Good. We don't want experienced people experienced in corruption and experienced in crime. We want people that are experienced in business, experienced in researching and uncovering these things, experienced in being an actual prosecutor and having a legitimate record. We want these outsider conservatives that share our value systems, share our beliefs, share our love for our country to come in and clean house. So I love that these people don't have the kind of experience that they're accusing them of. And I love that Trump is bringing in his team of outsiders, his Justice League, right? This is the new Rebel Alliance. And they come from a Democrat background, from a Republican background, from independent background. It doesn't matter. What they all share in common is a love for this country and these constitutional values and beliefs. And they're going to go in there. They're already rolling up their sleeves and getting to work right away. It's going to be a fast and furious next 2 years, and their work is so important. It's not just saving the United States and our way of life and our form of government, but we are the leader of the whole Western world. Over 60 plus Western countries look to us and rely on us as an example and as a role model and a leader country. And what happens here then cascades down through those countries. You're seeing it now with Germany. Soon you'll see it with the UK, I think, and the rest of Europe. So I mean, congratulations to Trump. I love what he's doing with these new recruits.
And if you're just joining us now, this is T.S. Dixon, a conservative author and commentator. And I know you just released that book, The Woke Mind Viruses, and you actually get into where a liberal comes from, where their thought patterns are, what it's Marxist and all that. Can you break that down for us real quick as we get ready to go back live to the White House?
Yeah, so I wrote the book, The Woke Mind Viruses, which covers liberalism, wokeism, leftism, and globalism. And the reason I wrote the book is I feel that the conservative, libertarian, moderate movement of this new U.S. Trump movement, really we need to be educated and informed on where these movements came from, what we're up against, what they truly believe, who their founding fathers were, their true origins, because they're really shrouded in revisionist, fake histories. They project fake beliefs that are not their actual beliefs, and they have secret covert tactics that they deploy against us. And we always take their arguments at face value. We need to stop doing that. We need to understand who they truly are, where they come from, what they truly believe. And so I lay that out in the book, The Woke Mind Viruses. You can get it on my website right now for $9.99 at tsdixon.com, audio or ebook, or you can buy the print books on Amazon. And the other thing I lay out in the book is I come at it from a political strategist hat, and I lay out basically the process of reforming a modern Western country in 4 stages: rediscovering who we are and how our systems work, and then reclaiming, it's not a revolution, it's not a counter-revolution. In my mind, it's a reclamation. We're reclaiming our countries in the Western world. And then you have the reforms, which we're seeing now. We're in stage 3. And finally, you have the redress of grievances, where you do the investigations, indictments, and issue out justice for crimes that were committed during the corrupt capture period. And so I lay that all out in the book, along with a legislative agenda that I recommend to Trump. What's really wild is in his executive phase of his reforms, he's done almost 85–90% of the things I recommended in the book. And I thought these were really audacious, wild, out there things to do, like going after the Federal Reserve Bank and limiting the amount of interest that banks can charge the public, and going in and getting rid of the Department of Education and other agencies. And he's doing it. Even getting rid of the CIA. So anyways, I highly encourage people to get the book. I would highly encourage, if any of the administration or Trump's team are watching, to get the book and get educated on what we're up against, who they really are, and then also who we are and what we need to do about it.
And then finally, T.S. Dixon, thank you again for joining us. I believe I did check out the book, and at the beginning, your foreword, I believe it was, that was written by you, of course. I mean, you were talking about your family and that kind of thing. Why did you even get into this whole thing called politics?
It's interesting because I've been a conservative for over 20 years, politically active. I was part of the Tea Party movement. I marched on D.C. I've voted and stay informed and consume alternative and conservative media. And what I found was that I still had a lot of questions and blanks as far as my understanding of what we were up against. And so it took me 20 years to piece this puzzle together of what's woke and globalism. What's globalism? Is that like globalization, or these leftists? Who's Nietzsche, and where does leftism come from? Who was Karl Marx? And just trying to put this whole thing together. And it took me 20 years. And when I talk to other conservatives, it takes them, anywhere from 10, 15, 25 years. If we look at Trump was politically active in New York City for 50 years before he ran for president. And we all know when he got in there the first term, he also had not put the picture together. He didn't fully understand what a deep state was, what the globalists were, what the radical left were, and how they operate, and how they'll go after you. They go for the neck. And so he had to learn, even through his first term in the stolen election in 2020, he was still putting this puzzle together. And my whole thing is, the liberals have done such a good job of withholding the information from the public that we just don't know. We come up not knowing. So it's on to us when we become a conservative or we join MAGA. We've got to spend like decades putting this story together so we can be fully informed. And I thought, why don't we just take that, shorten it, and take 20 to 50 years and shorten it down to 9 hours, and just, why don't I create a resource that can just hand that to people? And let's fast track all these people that are now joining our movement, this huge swell. Let's just put something in their hands that will just fast track our family, our friends, our colleagues that are jumping on board with us. Let's not make it take that long. Let's undo what the liberal propagandists did in withholding information. Let's provide information. And, I had this thought for a few years. But then, like you're saying, my wife and I got pregnant with our first child, and just something switched in my brain, and I went, you know what, it's not enough for me to just march or vote or be informed now or research. I've got to do something more. I've got to get more involved. I want a free country now, not just before it was just for me, but now it's for my wife and our son. And it took on a whole new meaning, a whole new purpose. And so for ourselves and our country, but also for our kids, we need to have a free world for them. It's only ever one generation away from being lost, like Reagan said. And so I just decided I needed to do more. So that's why I thought, well, how can I contribute? Well, I'm a writer, I'm a researcher, I'll write this book, and maybe people will be into it. Maybe it will help.
Yeah, I definitely read it. It's really good. This is T.S. Dixon. Thank you again for joining us, conservative author and commentator. The Woke Mind Viruses, and what's the website again? tsdixon.com, is that it?
tsdixon.com, Dixon.com. Yep, you can get the audiobook or the ebook there for $9.99. If you want the print book, you can get it on Amazon.
T.S. Dixon, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep. All right, so 11 after 1 o'clock, and that's what's great to see. Various conservative industries throughout our country, whether it's an author, whether it's a commentator, whether it's somebody in sports, whether it's in conservative media, stepping up to the plate and saying, what can I do? What gift do I have to bring to help not only myself, but my family, and then to spread that to anybody else that would take that. It was a great point he was making about the fact that, as we are growing in the numbers here, I mean, this is a massive movement. I remember T.S. Dixon one time, he said something about how it's like 8 billion people in the world versus that 800. It's that free world, massive numbers versus just the few that are trying to control. And that's a great point. So anyway, looking forward to Carla Sands joining us as well. She'll be here at any minute as we await President Trump and the live picture there from the White House as President Emmanuel Macron of France meets with President Trump. And then we'll have a press conference that's live here on the network. So let's go now live to Carla Sands, who joins us now, also part of the America First Policy Institute. Carla, thanks for joining us.
It's great to be with you, Matthew, and with all your viewers.
Thank you again for joining us. I mean, we're looking at the president today. This is after, 34 days of being in office, 75 executive orders. Your thoughts?
I'm so excited about these executive orders, and I understand that the Congress under Mike Johnson is planning to codify many of these executive orders into law, so they don't just last through President Trump's presidency, but they become the law of our land permanently. I love that, and I'm proud that America First Policy Institute was part of helping to draft many of these executive orders. But I just want to compliment what you do, Matthew, at RSBN, because when I want to watch President Trump's, whether it's a press conference or it's his speeches, you guys don't cut away. So many networks cut away and they have a talking head over what he says. I want to hear what he's saying because it's like Christmas every day. I'm learning something great and new as he speaks every day.
Yeah, exactly. And thank you for saying that. And thank you for joining us here at the network as you have over the past several months to bring that, commentary and insight and analysis on, especially being somebody that was an ambassador to Denmark under President Trump in the first administration, and also working alongside the likes of Linda McMahon and Brooke Rollins and so many great patriots at America First Policy Institute. As we look in media here, we do want to share with the people what's going on. We don't want to cut away from something, especially when it comes to the President of the United States. And outside of that, we have various stories that we can cover here at the network as well. So, Carla, your thoughts about Dan Bongino now being a deputy director at the FBI. I mean, talk about a 1-2 punch, Cash and Bongino. I wouldn't want to mess with those guys.
No, nobody's going to mess with those guys. Cash is already cleaning house, sending some of those people that are there at headquarters, I think, to Alabama. So getting them out of that, what has turned out to be. I heard your former guest talking about how we trusted our government. We thought our government was working on behalf of all of us and was doing good on behalf of the American people. And then you find out there was a nest of vipers. And they were actually targeting a sitting U.S. president and trying to take him out and doing it illegally and unethically. Now, not all of them. There's a lot of great FBI agents, but enough that there's going to be a big work for Cash and Dan Bongino to get their arms around. But these are two men nobody's going to want to mess around with.
Definitely. And then also, when it comes to the United States Attorney General Pam Bondi, and if you could just hold 1 second, Carla, let's go to the Oval Office between the two world leaders.
And President Macron was a very special man in my book. We were together. We did it together. And I think a lot of progress has been made. We've had some very good talks with Russia. We've had some very good talks with others, and we're trying to get the war ended with Russia and Ukraine. And I think we've come a long way in a short period of weeks. And the president's been very helpful also. And we're also talking about trade, various trade deals that we will be doing with France. And we'll be discussing a little bit further. Then we'll have a press conference later on. You can ask some questions. We'll be having a press conference in a little while. We're going to have lunch with the entire French staff, and we look forward to it. And again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right. And we look forward to keeping that going for a long period of time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Mr. President for his hospitality. We had a good discussion this morning for the G7 here.
Yeah.
And for the third year of this war in Ukraine, and I think our common objective clearly is to build peace and a solid and long-standing peace. And this is what we will discuss, obviously, because I have great respect for the bravery and the resistance of Ukrainian people. And we do share the objective of peace, but we are very aware of the necessity to have guarantees and solid peace in order to stabilize the situation. I'm here as a friend because through centuries we've been friends, and we are personal friends, as you mentioned it, because we work very well together. And I think the US and France always stand on the same side, the right side, I would say, of history. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what is at stake today. And this is a very important moment for Europe as well, and I'm here as well after discussions with all my colleagues to say that Europe is willing to step up, to be a stronger partner, to do more in defense and security for this continent, and as well to be a reliable partner and to be engaged on trade, economy, investment in a lot of topics. So I'm very excited by the discussion we will have, and obviously we will follow up. And I want to thank you again, Mr. President, for your presence for Notre-Dame de Paris. It meant a lot for French people, and I want to thank you for that.
That's the cathedral, and they've done a fantastic job. The president's done a great job in bringing it back. That was a terrible thing, like, what, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Watching that burn was a very horrible sight, and you've done a fantastic job in bringing it back, so I congratulate you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
President.
President.
Thank you very much. Anybody want to ask a question or two, or is that a foolish question? It looks like we're getting very close. The deal's being worked on, and we're, I think, getting very close to getting an agreement where we get our money back over a period of time. But it also gives us something where I think it's very beneficial to their economy, to them as a country. But we're in for $350 billion. How we got there, I don't know, but that's a lot of money, a lot of money invested, and we had nothing to show for it. And it was the Biden administration's fault. The Europeans are in for about $100 billion, and they do it as in the form of a loan. And the Europeans have been great on this issue. They understood it wasn't fair, and we were able to work something out. But with the Ukrainians, I think I can say that we're very close. Scott's around here someplace, and I think we can say that we're very, hi Scott, I think we're very close. Do you have something to say about that, Scott?
We are very close.
Good.
1 yard line.
All right.
Mr. President, would any security guarantee for Ukraine?
What?
Would a minerals deal include a security guarantee for Ukraine?
Well, it'll be Europe is going to make sure that nothing happens. I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. I think once we settle, there's going to be no more war in Ukraine, and you're not going to have it. It's not going to be a very big problem. That's going to be the least of it.
So, Greek media reporting that the U.S. has agreed to shut down a military base in Greece that's been a logistical hub for
That who shut down?
that the U.S. has agreed to shut it down at the request of Turkey and Russia. Is that all true?
Marco, do you have anything to say about it? Greece?
That's a no, sir.
Mr. President.
Is it a no? You said?
It's a no, sir.
It's not a correct story.
Mr. President, how do you react to people in Europe who say that you are abandoning Ukraine and that you are going to sacrifice the security of Ukraine by making a deal with Vladimir Putin?
We're helping Ukraine like nobody's ever helped Ukraine before. And I can say this, if I didn't become president, Ukraine would right now still be at a level where there would be no even thinking about a peace. And it was, it's a sad thing that this happened. This would have never happened, this war, if I were president. Zero chance. And it has happened. So my function is to get you out of the war, get them out of the war, let them live. It's a bloody war. It's a horrible war. Thousands of people are being killed a week. And I would say Russia, maybe 700,000 people. I think Ukraine probably a similar number. And that's not talking about the towns and the cities that have been blown up. That's talking about soldiers. This has been a horrible, bloody mess. And we're going to get it solved. We got to get it solved. And you know, we're not talking about America's soldiers, soldiers from this country. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. But on a humanitarian basis, we have to get this very, very bloody, savage problem solved. And I will say this also, it could lead to World War III if it's not solved. You know, there'll be a point at which it's not going to stop at those two countries. Already there's such involvement from other countries. And it could really lead to a very big war, World War III, and we're not going to let that happen either.
Would you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the ceasefire?
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything's followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I think, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the presidents talked about doing that also. I think that'll be a very good day when we can go in as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing from U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved, and I don't think you're going to need much backing. I think that's not going to be a problem. Once an agreement is signed, Russia's going to get back to its business, and Ukraine and Europe are going to get back to their business. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Mr. President, will you meet President Zelensky soon?
What?
Will you meet President Zelensky soon?
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, as I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen. At some point, I'll be meeting with President Putin also, yes. I don't know when we speak. We're trying to get this thing worked out, but yeah, at some point I'll be meeting with President Putin too.
I can say a few words in French. No, le président l'a dit. Je pense que c'est un moment important. C'est un moment important de la discussion. On veut bâtir la paix en Ukraine et le bilan qui a été rappelé est une réalité. Il y a d'1 million de morts et de blessés depuis le début de ce conflit et de cette guerre d'agression. Notre volonté, c'est que cette paix dure, parce que nous avons déjà eu un cessez-le-feu et une paix qui n'a pas été respectée. C'était les accords de Minsk, 1 puis 2. Et donc le corps de cette discussion, c'est de s'assurer d'abord qu'il y ait un cessez-le-feu, ensuite que les Ukrainiens soient impliqués. Et je pense que ce que vient de dire à l'instant le président Trump est très important, c'est-à-dire qu'il va rencontrer rapidement le président Zelensky pour signer cet accord sur les minerais critiques et les terres rares, et que c'est aussi un moyen d'avoir une implication américaine forte. Les Européens sont prêts à prendre leur charge sous des formes diverses de soutien à l'armée ukrainienne, de présence y compris pour s'assurer que la paix soit durable. Et l'implication dans la durée des États-Unis d'Amérique à travers cet accord est une bonne chose. Et donc tout est encore à construire. Et je ne veux pas préempter les discussions. Mais nous partageons le même objectif. Et ce qu'on a discuté ce matin, pendant 1 heure après la visioconférence ensemble, et ce qu'on va continuer de travailler, et sont pour moi des bonnes avancées. Et l'annonce de...
President Trump has already spoken about this just a moment ago. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to build peace with Ukraine. As President Trump mentioned, there are already 1 million dead and wounded in Ukraine since the war began. We had a ceasefire in the past that was not respected. This was under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2. President Trump, as he said, will be meeting with President Zelensky to sign a deal on rare earths, and we are pleased to see this very strong American involvement. Europe, of course, also stands ready to support Ukraine in various ways, supporting its military. And we don't want to preempt any sort of discussions that are currently underway, but we do share the same objective of building this lasting peace.
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. And we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you that. You remember? That wasn't exactly what we agreed to.
When you call Zelensky a dictator, would you use the same words regarding Putin?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries. And, you know, you're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. Look, you can never make up lives. The one thing you can make up the money, but you can't make up the lives. A lot of lives lost. I think probably a lot more lives than people are talking about. It's been a rough war, but I think we're close to getting it solved. Go ahead.
Do you think that DOGE could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it.
You're talking about the last email that was sent where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where's all that? Where's the money gone? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold. So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency heads instructed their employees not to respond because they were waiting on further guidance. But Elon Musk's tweet said failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about
Only,
that?
no. That was done in a friendly manner. Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department where they have very confidential things, or the FBI where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, you know, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's massively popular what we're doing. So,
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance between Europe and America in NATO?
NATO is very much involved in this. When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay, we're not going to be a part of NATO. We're not going to protect. We're not going to do what we're supposed to do. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. No, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, these days you speak a lot about the tariff in Canada, in Mexico, and Europe. I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing.
About what? Can you talk up a little louder?
In these days.
No, louder. Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not.
In these days you speak.
Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy. Oh, I love Italy. Go ahead.
I want to know if you have the same idea with Italy about tariff.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader, and she was on the conversation today, one that we had, the G7. And no, I think Italy is doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia. Any other questions over here? Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in your truth today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and Russia? In more detail?
With respect to what, Russia?
In solving a peace deal, you said there would be major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, we're trying to do some economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if that will come to fruition, but we'd love to be able to do that if we could. You know, they have massive rare earth. It's a very large, it's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country. And they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that. I think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. Well, I mean, our first, by far, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing with Ukraine, if we could do some economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale in having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, what about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union? Is that still something you want to do today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it's not a question of increasing. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%. If they charge us 30 or 40%, then we do that too. So that would be on European Union, but that really would be with respect to everybody. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you. I see you don't have a problem anymore, right?
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon, maybe in May for the 9th of May for the anniversary?
I mean, not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go there, sure. And he'd come here, too.
On the 9th of May on the Red Square?
I don't know the 9th of May, no, I don't. I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow. I think the war could end soon.
How soon?
Within weeks.
Weeks?
Yeah, I think so. Right? Don't you think so? I'd like to have you. I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going, and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying. And we don't want that. And remember what I said, this could escalate into a third world war. And we don't want that either.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Are you worried that they're not dealing in good faith?
No, I think they, at some point, will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end, because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their full. I'm just glad I was able to help, because there was no communication with Russia until I came along. Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end a war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, you know, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment, because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
Je vais répondre, if you allow me, because I had juste, je pense que plusieurs questions de vous et de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée, et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il dit qu'il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve, la capacité à vérifier que cette trêve est respectée, et ensuite un accord de paix qui permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine, mais de lui apporter aussi les garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité, nous pensons que nous avons notre rôle à jouer. Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la préempter, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne qui est respectée. Et donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé, en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité. Les conditions, elles doivent en être définies. Elles doivent être définies par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi que l'accord qui est discuté, le président l'a dit, la crédibilité américaine qui est mise dans ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que chacun est dans son rôle, mais que nous avons une unité, Européens et Américains, et donc avec une forme de garantie que les Américains prennent par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
By the way, that is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant, beautiful language. Go ahead, please.
This is a question that was asked by several. What we need to do is make sure that we are building peace. We have deterrence capabilities that have been restored. As President Trump said, there won't be any more problems. We've seen the U.S. re-engagement and the message that that sends to Mr. Putin. We have deterrence, which will allow a truce to take place, verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can start rebuilding Ukraine with security guarantees. And we have a role to play in that. Again, I'm not preempting any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also been working closely with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries, and we are ready and willing to provide those security guarantees, which could perhaps include troops, but they would be there to maintain peace. They would not be along the front lines. They would not be part of any conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected. Our assistance may include other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our role to play, but it will be done in a united fashion.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the negotiation. I will say there was great unity in that room today. We were via Skype or whatever, but it was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries. I was very impressed by it.
Can they take it back what they lost in the past years?
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy. Just asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do.
But not everything.
It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeeper? Will you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've asked him that question.
You talked to him?
I've asked him that question.
Is France going to lift the block on the...
Because he's not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind. But I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? If you can take the proceeds from it, how can you not?
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia. So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated, because they are the one to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for could be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me. But they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But that's only fair.
More money is the one that pays everybody back. Are they the aggressor?
Well, we're negotiating everything, and everything's on the table, and we'll see if we can get some land back, and we'll see about a lot of different things. And we're going to be making a little speech and say a few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, head out the floor right here, right here.
You got it?
Right here.
Okay, so you're looking at the video from moments ago at the White House. That's the earliest feed that we have here at the network. It's the same with anybody else out there. As you saw, the two world leaders, of course, the leader of the free world, President Trump, speaking with the French President, Emmanuel Macron. It looks like the two world leaders will have two press conferences today because obviously that one, usually there's maybe one or two questions, maybe three, and then they close it up. And then they have the actual press conference over at the East Room of the White House. So it's going to be great to see a little bit more as well of the official press conference over in the East Room coming up at about 2 o'clock. So we'll see if that's right on time. It's 1:45 Eastern right now. So thank you guys for watching this live stream. We're going to continue our coverage all the way through until that East Room press conference. RSBN's Robert McNeely will be in studio for that press conference. Thank you again for joining us. My name is Matthew Alvarez. Thank you for watching this live feed. All right, so President Trump in that Oval Office meeting with the French president saying that they're working on ending the Russia-Ukraine war. This is something that the French president said they want to see a peace agreement with that. President Trump confirming that he will meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So that will be happening. We do know President Trump has already met with the Ukrainian leader. So they're all working on that part of the world to get that taken care of and for the killing to stop. That, of course, President Trump always saying he wants peace through strength. He wants the killing to stop. So that is one area of the world that he is seeing that or wants that to happen, of course. And anywhere else when it comes to Hamas and Israel and on, just more peace as we move forward in this country. Now, meantime, President Trump renewing his statement about Fort Knox, saying we're going to go to Fort Knox and we're going to see if the gold is still there. That would be quite the story to see. Hopefully we could do that live. How awesome would that be to have a live camera be able to go into Fort Knox? Now, really, will that happen? I don't think so. However, I think that we will definitely get a video feed of that kind of event, whenever that would be. Speaking of live events coming up, on Wednesday, the 26th, President Trump's first cabinet meeting will be on Wednesday. And then fast forward to March 4th, that joint session of Congress there, President Trump will address Congress on March 4th. So 2 dates for the near future. In the meantime, we know more world leaders to be visiting at the White House this week. But as of right now, this is the 5th world leader to visit in just under 35 days of President Trump's second administration. So a lot of coverage, a lot of live coverage here at the network. And if you're just joining us right now, I mean, this is on the heels of some great moves by the FBI, obviously with Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and also President Trump just over the weekend with that great speech to really sum up just the first month of his administration, talking about all of the amazing executive orders that have been signed. And at the end of the day, all of it, again, based in that truth, the Constitution, and common sense. So we at Right Side Broadcasting Network obviously are on the side of the right side of history, but also seeing that President Trump is in line with all of that. That's why we, the people, voted in a majority for President Trump, because of that real, genuine, authentic thing that he did for the first administration. And then we saw what he went through over the past 4 years. We know that if the guy was just a politician that didn't care and wanted just fame and money, he would have bailed out of this thing a long time ago. But doing it for the right reasons, and that is great to see here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's also go to Colonial Metals Group for an urgent retirement warning. As you guys know, you see things like Warren Buffett. He drops 133 billion in stocks. He dumps them at Wall Street. Then you see the BRICS nations using their dollars instead of our dollar. We're looking forward to seeing Maganomics increase, but also gold and silver, always a great backup plan, especially for those of you that have a retirement or savings. If you're looking to shift that over to the high value of gold and silver through a tax-sheltered IRA or a 401k. Also, if you don't know what all of that means, all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So it's freegoldguide.com/RSBN. And you can get a free info kit to get that 1, 2, 3s on how to get the ball rolling with Colonial Metals Group. So a great sponsor here at Right Side, as we're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour. So the schedule, according to the president's team, is that 2 o'clock would be the East Room press conference between the French president, Emmanuel Macron, and our president, Donald Trump, of course, at 2 o'clock. So about 10 minutes from that. Now, if that's delayed at all, we'll be here live with you as we await that press conference. And we can go over a number of things that we're following here at the network as well. As of right now, not seeing any major breaking news throughout the news cycle. But again, the stories that we are following, Dan Bongino, of course, the deputy director at the FBI, 4 more people outside of the FBI when it comes to the cabinet situation have to be confirmed and a final vote on the Senate floor. Those 4 that you guys are becoming familiar with, because I keep letting you know which ones. It's also for myself, just to keep fresh on the 4 people: Elise Stefanik, Linda McMahon, Lori Chavez-DeRemer, and Jamieson Greer. Those are for 4 various positions, from the UN, the ambassador to the UN for Elise Stefanik, the Secretary of Education for Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Labor for Lori Chavez-DeRemer, and then the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. Looking at some notable dates once again, on Wednesday, February 26th, we will have President Trump will have the first cabinet meeting. So that'll be awesome to see him sitting right there in the middle of that table and discussing how things are going, and then we'll see how that meeting goes. And then in less than 2 weeks, of course, the president will address that joint session of Congress. Just bringing me back to now this speech, speaking of speeches, January 20th of 2025, President Trump said, "In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God." President Trump on January 20th saying those great words there. And of course, we at the network also are watching and following and monitoring all of the promises that the president and the team has made in the campaign trail. We know his signature was promises made, promises kept in his first administration. We know that is the second, for the second administration as well. But outside of all of that, we're still watching it just like anybody would. Are these promises being fulfilled? And what we're seeing is that they are, just like they were in the first administration. So we're covering all of that. And look forward to seeing the president for round 2 of the press conference today. That was quite a long press conference there at the Oval Office, which sometimes is kind of an ad lib situation where, maybe there's 2 or 3 questions, but of course today there were at least 15, and the president of France, and then of course our president taking time to answer those questions, as there will be more of a official kind of speech by both leaders at the East Room, and then also a press conference that follows. All right, so it's 1:52 Eastern. Let's also go to one of our sponsors, RepublicanRed.com. You'll see 2 bottles of wine right there, wine for the right side of history. That's the red blend along with the sparkling wine. There's also a number of other ones on there when it comes to wine. So let's go together. If you'd like to go to RepublicanRed.com, you'll see a number of wines on RepublicanRed.com. And also, if you use the RSBN promo code, you'll get quite the percentage off. So that's the special edition 4547 Pinot Noir that you see right there. And then also the 4547 Golden Age of America sparkling wine. There's also a Patriot starter pack. There's 4 bottles of wine there. You can get a percentage off as well for $132 right there. 4 bottles of wine, but also use the RSBN promo code to get a discount. So there's a lot of customer reviews here as well. So that's RepublicanRed.com, a great sponsor at the network, and also wine for the right side. There you go. All right, so 1:53 Eastern. Let's do a check on some of any possible breaking news that's happening out there in the world of news, as we know that there are various accounts now on X that you guys can have that transparency through Doge or the Secretary of State's office or the Department of Defense. There's actually just created this month, the Department of Defense now has a rapid response page to the media. I found that quite interesting that's out there. So let me see if I could find that here. Department of Defense rapid response page. They said something quite interesting too on their X page the other day, that they're basically fighting the fake news media narrative as well. So quite awesome to see all of that happen as they are continuing to, correct any false reports that are out there. And again, if there was a bunch of lies being spoken by whoever it is, whether it's in government or not, our job as journalists are to say, okay, well, that doesn't line up with that, right? But what we're seeing is things are lining up. That's what we've seen under President Trump. So great to see that happening, and also great to bring you the live events that we're bringing you day in and day out here. If you remember, just over the weekend on Saturday, the CPAC speech, and then Saturday night at the East Room of the White House, the Governors Association reception and dinner, we were live here for that coverage as well, just to get that insight of what it's like to be there at the East Room for that event. And again, that was Republican governors, Democrat governors there. I don't think the Maine governor was there, Maine, of course, because of what happened last week. But still, again, if we just look at that back and forth, I still remember the OG of President Trump in the first administration really showing the media what's up when it comes to being fake news, or if somebody was debating him, he'd be able to shut it down in a good way. And did the same thing to the woke governor of Maine. So that was interesting. Hopefully there will be unity, though. That's what President Trump was saying yesterday on Truth Social, that hopefully this would be a start of a united front for our country. We'll see what happens there. So looking forward to that. Also, 4 minutes to 1 o'clock. It looks like out of Florida right now, Governor Ron DeSantis really fighting for no property taxes for the people. So no property tax for the people there in Florida. I saw that story just a bit earlier, and I'll go to that real quick here so I can just get it for you on the fly. But let's see, it's right there. And yeah, so he's been talking about that a lot when it comes to not only being a part of anti-illegal immigration, but also getting rid of property taxes. So great to see that in Florida. Maybe that's something other governors would start to do around the country when it comes to property tax. So looking forward to that live coverage as well. We might get Eric Daugherty with Florida Voice News. We will be, he's saying we'll be able to have some interviews in the future, so looking forward to that as well. All right, so again, it's about the top of the hour here as we're live fluid situation right now, right? So we're just going with it. Let's go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the number, as you see on your screen there. Also go to tnusa.com/RSBN, so you can get some more information on all those. If you have any back taxes, you can get those taken care of. You can settle those back taxes with tnusa.com/RSBN. Right there on your screen, a great sponsor at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so just recently, of course, we learned of the great Dan Bongino, now a deputy deputy chief at the FBI. So we saw Kash Patel get sworn in last week, and now Dan Bongino moving forward, becoming the FBI deputy director. So, all right, it's 1:58. On the other side of this commercial break, we may be able to have that live feed at the East Room of the White House. If we do, we'll take you right there. If it's a little bit delayed, we will also play that. Now, this is from earlier. This is the Oval Office when President Trump was just meeting with Emmanuel Macron. If you're just joining us, we did play that in full. Director, should we go to this again, or do you know what feed this is? All right, let's go to the Oval Office once again.
Tons of gold. So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency heads instructed their employees not to respond because they were waiting on further guidance. But Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about
Only,
that?
No. That was done in a friendly manner. Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department, where they have very confidential things, or the FBI, where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, you know, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's massively popular what we're doing. So
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance between Europe and America in NATO?
NATO is very much involved in this. When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay, and we're not going to be a part of NATO, we're not going to protect, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. No, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, in these days you speak a lot about tariff in Canada, in Mexico, and in Europe. I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing in Italy.
What? Can you talk up a little louder?
In these days...
No, louder. Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not...
In these days you speak...
Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy? Oh, I love Italy. Go ahead.
I want to know if you have the same idea with Italy about tariff.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader, and she was on the conversation today, one that we had, the G7. And no, I think Italy is doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia.
Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que vous répondez au président Trump qui a dit que les Français et les Britanniques n'avaient pas assez
Any other questions over
la
here?
guerre en Ukraine?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in your truth today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and Russia? Any more details?
With respect to what, Russia?
In solving the peace deal, you said there will be major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, we're trying to do some economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if that will come to fruition, but would love to be able to do that if we could. You know, they have massive rare earth. It's a very large, it's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country. And they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that. I think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. Well, I mean, our first, by far, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing with Ukraine, if we could do some economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes. Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale in having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, you talked about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union. Is that still something you want to do today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it's not a question of increasing. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%. If they charge us 30 or 40%, then we do that too. So that would be on European Union, but that really would be with respect to everybody. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you. I see you don't have a problem anymore, right?
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon, maybe in May for the 9th of May for the anniversary?
I mean, not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go there. Sure. And he'd come here, too.
On the 9th of May on the Red Square?
I don't know, 9th of May, no. I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow.
When do you think the war will end, Mr. President?
I think the war could end soon.
How soon?
Within weeks.
Weeks?
Yeah.
At what price for Ukraine?
Don't you think so? I'd like to have you. I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going, and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying. And we don't want that. And remember what I said. This could escalate into a third world war. And we don't want that either.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Do you worry that they're not dealing in good faith?
No, I think at some point will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their full. I'm just glad I was able to help because there was no communication with Russia until I came along. Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end a war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
What do you think to be the price for Ukraine?
Je vais répondre sur Lomi, because je pense que plusieurs questions de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il dit qu'il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve, la capacité à vérifier que cette trêve est respectée, et ensuite un accord de paix qui permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine, mais de lui apporter aussi les garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité, nous pensons que nous avons notre rôle à jouer. Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la préempter, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne qui est respectée. Et donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé, en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité. Les conditions, elles doivent en être définies. Elles doivent être définies par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir, qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi que l'accord qui est discuté, le président l'a dit, la crédibilité américaine qui est mise dans ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que chacun est dans son rôle, mais que nous avons une unité, Européens et Américains, et donc avec une forme de garantie que les Américains prennent par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
La guerre peut s'arrêter dans plusieurs
Je pense que that is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant, beautiful language. Go ahead, please.
This is a question that was asked by several. What we need to do is make sure that we are building peace. We have deterrence capabilities that have been restored. As President Trump said, there won't be any more problems. We've seen the U.S. re-engagement and the message that that sends to Mr. Putin. We have deterrence, which will allow a truce to take place, verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can start rebuilding Ukraine with security guarantees. And we have a role to play in that. Again, I'm not preempting any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also been working closely with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries, and we are ready and willing to provide those security guarantees, which could perhaps include troops, but they would be there to maintain peace. They would not be along the front lines. They would not be part of any conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected. Our assistance may include other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our role to play, but it will be done in a united fashion.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the negotiation. I will say there was great unity in that room today. You know, we were via Skype or whatever, but it was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries.
Ukraine wants
I was very impressed by it.
territories back. Can they take it back? What they lost in the past years?
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy. You know, it's asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do.
But not everything.
On the frozen
It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeeper? Would you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've
it?
asked him that question.
You talked to him?
I've asked him that question.
Is France going to lift the block on the
Because he's
300 billion?
not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind. But I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the 300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? If you can take the proceeds from it, how can you not take
Because
the
it's
assets?
very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way. You take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Should the US be compensated?
So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation, all in all.
Will France support the U.S. being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated, because they are the ones to have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by these attacks. Second, all of those who paid for could be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
Again, just so you understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money. To be clear, we have 230 billion frozen assets in Europe, Russian assets, but this is not as a collateral of a loan because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be loan at the end of the day, and Russia will have paid for that.
If you
This is my
believe
wish.
that, it's okay with me.
Mr. President,
If they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But, that's
We will
only
fight
fair.
both.
Mr. President, do you think Russia should be the one that pays everybody back? Are they the aggressors?
Well, we're negotiating everything, and everything's on the table, and we'll see if we can get some land back, and we'll see about a lot of different things. And we're going to be making a little speech and say a few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Moving out.
Thank you.
Moving out, Taylor. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, headed out this door right here, right here. Moving out. Thank you. Right here. Moving out. Cameras, let's go. Moving out. Merci, merci. Moving out. Moving out.
Philippe?
Headed out, Fred. Thank you. Party. Thanks, guys. Straight out. Thank you. Thank you. Keep going.
And good afternoon from Auburn, Alabama. I am Robert McNeely. Pleased to join you here in studio after a glorious CPAC conference. Of course, there you're watching the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron and President Donald John Trump on the split screen there, the White House, where they're enjoying lunch and will have a press conference soon. Right at the White House there. So President Trump has been inviting many world leaders to come and dine and dialogue at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to talk so many various things, including today, the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you're curious about who was around the couch, of course, we saw our team of Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, many cabinet officials, along with the White House press corps in the Oval Office. But to Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron's right, the French Economy Minister Eric Lombard, the French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot, and also the Ambassador of France to the United States, Laurent Billy. So very fun to see these great allies come together to discuss very important things. And it's curious to think about, prior to Emmanuel Macron being prime minister, he's a former member of the Socialist Party of France, now an independent, and someone who turned out to be much more conservative philosophically than once thought about. Of course, he was an Obama-endorsed candidate, and President Trump at first, when he entered office, thought he would maybe not have the best of relationships with Emmanuel Macron. Clearly there you see they are personal friends, and President Trump sharing those great stories of them being together and his negotiation prowess, which he admires in the prime minister, as well as both lovely first ladies are dear friends as well. So Emmanuel Macron as well, the prime minister, mentioning that the United States and France have been on the right side of history for many, many centuries now, and they'll work together in order to bring back peace to the region. And if you're just joining us now, good afternoon. Live from Right Side Broadcasting Network in Auburn, Alabama, the friendliest village on the plains. If you're wondering, I just switched spots with Mr. Matthew Alvarez, who had wonderful coverage this morning, some great interviews with Ambassador Carlos Sanz, and also author T.S. Dixon, who was at CPAC this past week and over the weekend. And wonderful having a lovely conversation with him. I really enjoyed that interview because he broke down these last 2 decades, being involved in the Tea Party, being involved in conservative politics prior to President Trump really being involved at this level. He had mentioned that, President Trump was involved in so many city council dealings in New York City when it came to building contracts and labor relations, and even working with city councils around the world as he built his global empire at the Trump organization. But I really enjoyed how he laid out thinking about these things and how we can contribute individually to making America great again and making her strong and safe and healthy again, but also how we can make a difference here in this world. So thank you to T.S. Dixon and Carlos Sanz for joining us earlier today. I'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Brightcore. Made in the USA, you have to get the Kimchi One, this gut health, immune support, and anti-aging properties really bring you that health that you need, whether it's just at work throughout the day so you don't get that post-lunch kind of lull that can happen, or if you're just spending time with loved ones and family and friends. Buy 2, get 1 free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN or call 888-722-0936. That's 888-722-0936. Receive up to 50% off of this incredible product. Kimchi One, brought to you by Brightcore, made in the USA, a sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it is roughly 18 minutes after the 2 o'clock hour on the East Coast, a beautiful sunny day in our nation's capital. And over the weekend, it did warm up. It was a bit nippy when we were in the D.C. area roughly late last week when we got in Wednesday, but progressively started increasing in temperature, and that's always nice. Down here in Alabama, a lovely day in the high 60s, plenty of sunshine. So we are starting to see spring right around the corner, although Punxsutawney Phil, of course, on Groundhog's Day saw his shadow. So just a little bit longer of winter, a few more weeks here as we get ready for that season of renewal and all the celebrations that will bring. But today, really a somber and sad date and memory of 3 years ago. The Russian military invaded Ukraine, and it's caused destabilization, controversy, and really heartache throughout not only Europe and Asia, but also really throughout the world. And President Trump is correct in saying that if he was still president, if he was in office during that time, the war would have never happened. Because if you look at recent history, Putin invaded strategic interests around his country, former territories, former properties, and ports and bays when other ones were in office. George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden. He moved in when he wanted to because he did not have respect for those gentlemen. But he fears and respects President Donald Trump and did not move in whatsoever and at any time when he was in office between 2017 and 2021. But sadly, we are where we're at, and that's meaningful that Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron of France would be here to talk to President Trump on such a somber anniversary. And both of the gentlemen mentioning in the Oval Office that they are focused on peace and securing that as soon as possible, with over 1.5 million people having perished because of this Russian-Ukrainian conflict. And now how we get to that peace, that will be further discussed, and we will stay at this here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, bringing you all of that unbridled coverage to what's sure to be something that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. There is light at the end of this, and it's been a sad process, but President Trump and Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron wanting to see peace in Russia and Ukraine. We're also keeping tabs on the health of His Holiness the Pontiff, Pope Francis I, in Vatican City in Rome, actually, nearby at a hospital, recovering, having respiratory issues, fluid in his lungs, also severe pneumonia. We know at this hour that he is resting, but we did hear at Sunday Mass yesterday, St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, Timothy Cardinal Dolan mentioning that it is likely that the 88-year-old Pope will be passing on. Of course, he said to media after Mass, we are praying for him and most of the world as well, praying for the Pontiff in a difficult situation there. But we'll stay on that for you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And there's a live shot there of the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, where President Trump is having lunch with Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron, of course, his delegation and team visiting the White House today. If you've been watching us earlier, you saw the press pool replay of their bilateral meeting in the Oval Office, and will soon have an official press conference between the French president and President Donald Trump. And Mr. Director, again, that sponsor real quick. American Finance, thank you. It's an outstanding organization to reach out to save money, quite frankly. American Financing, save an average of $800 per month. And if you call today, you can actually have 2 payments postponed. So that's a savings of $1,600 plus or more. Think about that. If you own a home, a townhouse, or any property that you are putting your mortgage into. So visit our friends over at americanfinancing.net/RSBN. Yes, americanfinancing.net/RSBN. Look at all your options. These great patriots and experts share our values here at the network and want to help you, the American people, save on all of this as we're going through inflation and the cost of living. That eggs are hard to find in certain places, and even Costco limiting their sale of eggs, including Trader Joe's as well, just 1 carton per visit. So something to think about in these goofy times. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Give them a visit today. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And again, we are awaiting President Trump, a press conference with French President Emmanuel Macron at the White House. And the gentlemen are enjoying lunch right now with his team, and also Vice President Vance, also at the White House, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio in attendance, as well as many cabinet officials, including Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who has visited with Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin of Russia as well. So this has been a big effort in order to see peace in the region. We've seen really 3 years of an unpredictable war, and it's really lasted into now a stalemate of 1.5 million people gone, perished as a result of this terrible conflict. with people going back and forth on the issue, and many of them being military members of Russia and Ukraine. President Trump mentioning on the campaign trail last year and for over a year about this conflict. Not only would it have not started under his watch, which is true because President Putin of Russia went in on different properties, former territories, former areas of the USSR when other people were in power, including George W. Bush and Joe Biden and Barack Obama, but not under President Trump. So that's a distinct clarification between America first, peace through strength, and the globalist agenda of President Trump's predecessors. And there's a live shot there for you of the East Room, where President Trump and President Macron will be meeting together and having a press conference. And as you've seen in the last few weeks, he's done this with many world leaders, including his... Oh, I'm sorry, I had something there in the ear. That was King Abdullah II of Jordan, also Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, and of course, many other world leaders, including the Prime Minister of Japan, who has been to the White House to see really peace through strength, working on a bilateral mission with President Trump and him laying out his agenda for his second term. And can you believe it's only roughly 35 days since he took that oath of office, roughly 5 weeks ago. President Trump just on an incredible barn burner of a tour, signing EOs, memorandums, and working to make America great again. Had a special moment over this past weekend, and when Matthew and I are in the studio together, we'll talk more about it this week. Just the amazing people and the family reunion that is CPAC in National Harbor, Maryland. But I had the opportunity at the airport last night as we were returning from Reagan National Airport, DCA, to Atlanta, Georgia, at Hartsfield-Jackson. We celebrated 3 World War II vets. One gentleman who was on the USS Arizona survived that, and also 2 gentlemen who fought at Iwo Jima. So if you remember the iconic Marines putting up the American flag in that horrible, terrible, bloody battle, those gentlemen were there. Those are men of legend, and the entire room at DCA in the B terminal standing up and clapping for these heroes. And it was a moment we were just in awe, clapping, and we all stood there. But the PA announcer at Delta mentioned, you can come up to them, shake their hand, they're not that fragile. And all those gentlemen stood up and walked on board. I mean, they're sprite as ever, happy as ever, beautiful smiles as well. So I had the opportunity to shake all of their hands. And I had a comment, something that I think President Trump would say. You all look as handsome as you ever have, and with their 3 pictures there. We hope to live up to your legacy, sir, and thank you for truly being heroes. You stopped evil from advancing. You stopped fascism. You then stopped communism. One of the gentlemen was in Korea as well and lived to tell the tale. And not many of them are with us anymore. And these are the last few who we can discuss with in dialogue, who literally met tyranny on the doorstep, and they took care of it peacefully and patriotically. And they were willing to die for this country, something extraordinary. So it was a wonderful opportunity to end CPAC in such an extraordinary manner. Men of legends, 3 World War II veterans who were on the USS Arizona, and 2 who climbed that hill at Iwo Jima to take on the Japanese war class. Extraordinary bravery, and 95 and 98 years young, respectively. So Godspeed, gentlemen. It was a pleasure to meet you yesterday. So thank you for posting that. And yeah, please post anything that you come across if it's the heroes in your hometown. Of course, we love to hear your stories here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Yes, feedback at rsbn.tv. We'd love to hear everything that you have to share about those hometown heroes you might come across in your travels. And this is a live shot for you. President Trump, press conference with French President Emmanuel Macron at the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That is the East Room as we wait for them to share their thoughts on what is the third anniversary of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. It's a sad day in history. We know that if President Trump had been in office, this conflict would have never happened. And in the last 35 days, President Trump is cleaning up the mess left to him by the Biden administration. And what a mess it has been. DOJ has been working nonstop to uncover the reckless spending, the DEI nonsense, and that is slowly but surely getting through and away from the federal government. President Trump insisting that he wants Elon Musk to move faster, but acknowledging he's doing an extraordinary job with his team to uncover the waste, the abuse, the fraud that has been part of normal practice in Washington, D.C. So we have that live for you here in Auburn as we cover, of course, the White House and Washington, D.C. And I'm nostalgic just looking at all of this because we were just visiting for CPAC 2025, National Harbor, Maryland. And as you go across that bridge over the Potomac, south of D.C., I looked upon it yesterday. Beautiful sunny day as you see the White House on your screen. I looked over to Washington, D.C., and I really thought about President Reagan mentioning the shining city on a hill. And that's truly what we are. It's morning again in America. And I'm sorry, Mr. Director, again, one more time on the sponsorship. And you need to get one of your great memorabilias for your MAGA office, or it could be the MAGA man cave, if you will. But how about that Trump knife through Patriot Addict Deals? It's a limited time now. Claim your 30% off code RSBN 30. Scan that QR code there. You can claim that using RSBN 30 at checkout. Of course, 30% off. A great deal. And this is one of my favorite websites. I've got a couple of collectible items myself from Patriot Addict Deals. And this limited edition Trump combat knife is one that you will want and to share with your family and friends at home. So scan that QR code now. Claim your 30% off using code RSBN 30. The Trump combat knife. Get your limited edition now. PatriotAddictDeals.com. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting. And we're getting to the bottom of the hour here, 2:32 p.m. Eastern in Washington, D.C. and 11:32 on the West Coast. Good morning to those who are joining from the West Coast. We hope that you're having a great start to your Monday, February 24th, 2025. I'm Robert McNeely. A pleasure to be with you here live from Auburn, Alabama, as we look on to the White House in Washington, D.C. President Trump really devoting the day with his counterpart from France, the president, Emmanuel Macron. And the two of them have really created such a rapport and such a dear friendship. And that's, you really can't hide that as you look towards diplomacy. If you were watching earlier, you might have caught that playback from their first meeting in the Oval Office. And that was joined by Vice President Vance, also Secretary of State Rubio. He had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and other officials, including National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, in the room with the press pool, really answering some great questions. Some of the French team there as well, along with translators. The French Economy Minister, Eric Lombard, directly to the right of President Macron. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noel Barrot, and also Ambassador of France to the United States, Laurent Billy. So a great team of people, incredible diplomats, and President Macron mentioning to President Trump that both of our nations really have been on the right side of history for centuries now. Of course, there were brutal revolutions, civil wars that took place over the course of those times. But for the most part, America and France in lockstep together, fighting for liberty. Of course, that beautiful lady in our harbor in New York City is a gift of the French people to the United States. So viva la libertad and viva la France, as long as we have our great American nation intact as well. So these principles of fraternity, liberty, patriotism shared between our two great nations, and something that I always reflect upon when I'm watching great films like The Patriot with Mel Gibson, as he was the ghost. Benjamin Martin, a South Carolina legislator who his family was aggressed upon by the British. And this is based on a true story, a person who fought in the American Revolution, a great warrior, and that relationship that was once suspicious, but built on character, liberty, fraternity, together, patriotism, to fight the British Empire. And it always gives me goosebumps when you catch the end of that film. And for those who haven't seen it, I'll withhold what does happen, but it shows that great relationship that we've had with the French people for now over 250 years of diplomatic relations, because it went back to even when we were 13 colonies under British rule, that diplomatic relation between the two nations. So soon we'll have President Trump, the press conference with French President Macron at the White House. We have so much to share from CPAC. What an extraordinary weekend that was. And late last week, we had the opportunity to interview people like Congressman Byron Donalds. We had the Member of Parliament, Nigel Farage, who is likely to run for UK Prime Minister. Of course, we had leaders from Romania who were in the European Parliament. We interviewed singers and authors and thought leaders who were focused on the principles that have made this nation so fair, so great, and they are devoted to making this country bigger and better than ever before by following the natural law, by adhering to constitutional governance and what we're trying to do here in America with this movement, with this servant leader, President Donald Trump. And for me personally, going to conferences for years and years, whether they be Turning Point USA or CPACs or other policy conferences, this one was quite unique for me. I've never seen so much media at a conference, and we were actually standing getting our media badges for several hours because of the long line of media. So it was exciting to be there in National Harbor, Maryland, of course, with my colleagues, Ashley Brassfield and Christina Loren, and our wonderful COO, Grace Saldana, there for what was just a great family reunion of conservatives and traditional liberals. You know, Dennis Kucinich was there with his wife, as well as people focused on positive populism to make a difference, not only here at home, but abroad. And Nigel Farage actually mentioned to me during that interview, if you caught that on Friday night, that he was the first international leader to really start coming to CPAC on a regular basis, and was only one of the only international leaders to first speak at one of these conferences. And now that's become a very common theme to have people from all over the world focused on liberty, freedom, patriotism, and what unites the Western world. And what unites us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, some of our fantastic sponsors, angelpaste.com. This is a wonderful product, many products, including that miracle cream that I have tried here in studio. You might have remember that from last year. Had very dry hands being on the campaign trail. I threw some of that on. My hands were glowing. I had vitamin B. It was just wonderful. Non-GMO, no chemicals. Experience the miracle at angelpaste.com. This is a Christian-based company that hires veterans and also specializes in many other different products. So you take the orange miracle cream, perhaps. They actually have a mosquito repellent, all natural. See, they know this because they live right on the Gulf of America outside of Houston, Texas, in Spring, Texas. Lots of mosquitoes there, especially around the corner in the summertime. Naturally repels those nasty buggers that come and try to bite you. But we also have Manly Men products, an acid spray for the face, also a black bottle for your hands, so you look awesome when you're going out there and also taking care of yourself. But you can also grip that tackle box when you go fishing. So experience the miracle now. Angelpaste.com. Get the miracle cream, get the other products that will make you feeling better and shining as you go through your day. Angel Paste Miracle Cream, angelpaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And we're about 2:40 Eastern Looking directly at the White House in the East Room, an exciting day for President Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron to get together. They are dear, dear friends. We saw that from the playback earlier today of the Oval Office. And President Trump sharing some funny stories of Emmanuel Macron speaking to him in French, and he was just nodding in agreement and got the written agreement to different terms. This was a different negotiation that took place, and he said, "Wait a second, that did not happen. My the translator wasn't there." So he said, "No, nice way to try to sneak one around me." But they clearly have a wonderful rapport, enjoy being together, and have that personal friendship, which can make diplomacy even stronger and even better as you look to a world that has been in chaos the last 4 years, quite frankly, because today is the 3rd anniversary of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, of Russia invading Ukraine. And wherever you stand on the specific issue, it seems as if most of Washington, most of the international community as well, want to bring this to a peaceful end, to end the killing. And that's what President Trump said on other networks. He said it consistently on the campaign trail, that he is done with the killing. He wants people on both sides, Russia and Ukraine, to stop dying. And that was a true highlight as I watched his speech from CPAC on Saturday. He said he wants his legacy to be peace. He wants to be known as that president that helped usher in a 21st century that can be remembered for just that. Peace among nations, peace throughout the world. And that was, what a barn burner of a speech for those in attendance, celebrating with people who were J6 victims who were in attendance along with family members. How about those who were arrested for simply praying outside of abortion clinics and Planned Parenthood? They were in attendance. The grassroots legends of Trump Force 47 and those Republican precinct leaders who went door to door, county to county, phone call by phone call to make America great again. And thank you to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp as well for hosting what was just an extraordinary conference. If you have not been to one, I highly recommend it. It will be taking place once again March 2026, just announced yesterday that they will be going to Texas to enjoy that as well. Traditionally, this conference is in the National Harbor of Maryland, just outside of our nation's capital. But, they've moved it into or outside the Beltway over the last couple of years, mostly due to COVID lockdowns. And it's been in the Sunshine State of Florida, the Lone Star State of Texas. Well, they will be returning to Texas next year. So be sure to join us in the spring in March of 2026 for CPAC, which is just put on by the American Conservative Union. And I had a wonderful time, of course, with colleagues Ashley Brassfield and Christina Loren, who brought you unbridled coverage of everything at that wonderful conference. Really a big family reunion. And then it was lovely to see Matthew Alvarez this morning speaking to T.S. Dixon, who was there, who was gracious enough to spend some time with us, gave me a complimentary book of The Woke Mind Virus, something we highly recommend you read because T.S. brought us through this morning that journey of going from the Tea Party, simply wanting limited and small government, then moving into the now populist movement, this coalition of traditionalist conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats who came together for that center, that middle, and that populace of positive populism that really had no party, who felt betrayed by both Republican and Democrat leaders, who allowed people like Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine on multiple occasions and multiple different territories. Think about President Trump when he was first in office. That would have never happened because he did push a peace through strength agenda every single day of his tenure, and that is his goal now. As you see, Vice President J.D. Vance walking into the room, also Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent there, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, Caroline Leavitt, our wonderful press secretary, and that is Stephen Chung, the communications director. We have Michael Witkoff as well, Steve Witkoff, excuse me, who is the Middle East envoy, who has been in the middle of every negotiation, just as much energy as President Trump. Mr. Director, why don't we just tune in there for a moment, see if we can get any audio from the East Room of the White House. And you're looking at live shots of the East Room of the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump, press conference with the French President Emmanuel Macron, and there is our millennial Vice President, J.D. Vance. And I love when he gives that little look of, I might have to fact check you there, or I might have a differing point to make. He has been an energetic, extraordinary Vice President for President Trump and this White House, and the winner of the 2025 CPAC straw poll as well. That's J.D. Vance. If you're not familiar with what that is, every year at the conference, at the end, you can vote throughout the entirety of the conference. Every attendee gets one vote, and this is of the grassroots. He overwhelmingly won as who would be your favorite selection to be the 2028 nominee for President of the United States. So a strong indication of the MAGA movement, of the populist movement that has really created a Big Ten philosophy within Republican politics, not only in the Beltway, but throughout the country. He is joined by Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, also Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and Michael Witkoff, the special envoy for President Trump, who has been the middle of multiple negotiations. And now, as the press is standing, here are President Emmanuel Macron and President Donald John Trump for a press conference live in the East Room of the White House. We'll take you there now.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Great honor to be here with my friend. I'm delighted to welcome President Macron back to the White House. We've been together quite often, but not that often in the White House. We honored the President, First Lady of France, not so long ago. There was a beautiful evening, and we will not soon forget it. It was a beautiful day and evening, and many fond memories. I also want to thank Emmanuel for hosting me in Paris last December after a historic election win to witness the reopening of the spectacular Notre Dame Cathedral, where you did an outstanding job in bringing it back together. That was a sad day watching that burn, and 5 years later you had it up, and it was, they say, more beautiful than it was before, so I think that's a great achievement. That was not easy. France is America's oldest ally. Our cherished partnership has been a force for freedom, prosperity, and peace from the very beginning. We're now working on some very interesting developments. One in particular, as you know, the war between Russia and Ukraine. In the American Revolution, French support helped us to seize our destiny as an independent nation. In the First and Second World Wars, our citizens shed blood together on the battlefields of Europe. And I'll never forget joining President Macron 6 years ago on the 75th anniversary of D-Day. That was some day. The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war, something that we haven't seen since the Second World War, that is ravaging European soil, the deadliest and most destructive conflict that one can imagine. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the satellite photos and lots of other photos, and it's a horrible thing that's happening. Thousands of people are dying a week. This very day is the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened if I was president. That was not going to happen. The horrors of this gruesome and bloody war can scarcely be overestimated. Hundreds of thousands of people, Russians and Ukrainians in particular, have needlessly died. An entire generation of Ukrainians and Russian men has been decimated. 1,000-year-old cities have been turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world, they say, are lying in heaps of rubble, blasted to smithereens. It's time to end this bloodletting and restore peace, and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again, a lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it, I think, pretty quickly. Last week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the King and Mohammed, great people. They're really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately a permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step forward in that sphere, because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most important issues. Chief among them is this is the right time. It may be the only time. You know, that's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen. Should have never started, but it did. And what a mess, what a horrible, bloody mess. I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that the cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. A big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than $300 billion, and Europe has spent about $100. 100 billion, that's a big difference, and at some point we should equalize. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've sent. The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on critical minerals and rare earths and various other things as security. And I think that that's happening. I think we've made a lot of progress. I had a report just given to me before walking in that we've made, Emmanuel, a great deal of progress toward getting that. I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. My administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration and, frankly, the past. I ran against a very foolish foreign policy establishment, and their recklessness has led to the death of many, many people. Under our administration, we're forging a new path that promotes peace around the world. And when I left office for the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it. We didn't have the problems in other parts of the Middle East. We didn't have inflation. It was a whole different world. And you know what else we didn't have? Millions of people pouring through our borders, many of them criminals released from other nations and put right into our land, murderers and drug dealers, gangs. We didn't have any of that. It's a different time, but now we have it and we're fixing it. We'll fix it all up. We'll get it done as quickly as possible. And we've made a great deal of progress. People are saying it was the best month for a president in our country's history. I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very short period of time, 4 weeks. As I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy, however, will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I want to bring peace, not war. I thank President Macron for joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. And we have some wonderful people up front right here that have worked so hard. Steve Witkoff, thank you very much. And Michael Waltz, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. And JD, thank you. They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's a real passion to get this war ended. And I'd like to now invite Emmanuel to say a few words, and then we'll take questions. And again, Emmanuel, it's a great honor to have you with us at the White House. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Donald. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, je vais dire quelques...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few words in French. Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Donald, for your hospitality and for this visit. As you mentioned, we have had the opportunity to meet over the past few years. Since your first term, we've been able to discuss matters in Paris and also here at the White House, and it has always been a great joy to do that, and I would like to commend you. And thank you, Mr. President, for extending this friendship to France and taking part in the ceremony at Notre Dame that you mentioned before. It was a great honor for the French people to reopen the cathedral to the rest of the world, and your presence was a testament to that friendship. As the President said, this friendship dates back to the Revolutionary War, since the beginning of the United States. And whenever we've needed to, we've been able to come together and be on the right side. We've been able to be united to defend peace and sovereignty, namely in the two world wars that marked the 20th century, from Lafayette to Pershing and to the many Americans who landed on Omaha Beach. And we spoke earlier before, and you mentioned that one of those gentlemen was able to visit you here, one of the veterans. This is part of history which puts us in the world that we are in today. And as the President just said, there are many challenges in this world. And over the past few days, we have one main objective, which is the geopolitical situation. Mr. President, I really wish to thank you for making changes to your schedule to meet with us so quickly. I think we've made very substantive steps forward during our discussions, and this is a major step in what we're experiencing today. We had a video conference with all of the G7 leaders, which was an opportunity for us to discuss this matter 3 days after the Russian war in Ukraine, and to express our support for President Zelensky to the Ukrainian people, but also to speak and share about our desire for a lasting peace. This is what we have spoken about very forcibly over the past few weeks. We thought that this war was only going to last a few weeks when it broke out in 2022. We admire greatly the courage of the Ukrainian people. And Mr. President, I wish to thank you for this. You mentioned that there are responsibilities on Europe's side, and indeed, we have invested $128 billion in aid to Ukraine and the Ukrainians. Ukraine has been able to hold the front of our collective security. It's fought over these past few years for its independence and for its sovereignty, but also for our collective security, because I think that no one in this room wants to live in a world where it's the law of the strongest and international borders can be violated from one day to the next by anyone. Over the past few hours, and as you mentioned this, Mr. President, we've been able to see a few things take shape. First of all, allow me to commend you on your decision to work with President Zelensky and to conclude this agreement that's so important for the U.S. and Ukraine on rare earths, critical minerals, but also having substantive conversations with President Zelensky during this key phase of achieving this deal, which is a major commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, and I think that's very commendable. We also have a shared desire to build peace. We will have this responsibility. This is 10 years after the war started in Crimea, and then we saw the events in the Donbas region and along the northern part of the country. We want to save lives. We want to bring prisoners back and bring back families and children, because there's also humanitarian tragedy affecting the Ukrainian people. We had lengthy discussions with the president, and we spoke about our desire to bring an end to conflicts, to have a truce that is measurable, verifiable, and that enables negotiation of a lasting peace, where we will discuss not only Ukraine's reconstruction, its territories, but also the security guarantees, meaning maintaining peace over the long term. As I said to the president, we've experienced peace accords that were only ceasefires without ensuring security guarantees, Minsk I and II. And we want to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I know that the president has expressed the desire to be a player for peace in the region. I've spoken with some 30 European leaders and allies in recent days. We want to bring together these allies, and share the same vision. This peace must not mean a surrender of Ukraine. It must not mean a ceasefire without guarantees. This peace must allow for Ukrainian sovereignty and allow Ukraine to negotiate with other stakeholders regarding the issues that affects it. But it is also a country in which we need to shoulder our responsibilities so that we ensure security and stability for Ukraine and for the entire region. And for us Europeans, this is an existential issue. We also spoke about these issues at length with the President. We've worked with President Zelensky and gotten to some of the details of the various phases of the negotiation. And we've also been able to speak about some of this work with our British partners to talk about deployments of peace forces on Ukrainian soil, which are part of these security guarantees. Other countries are ready to join in this effort. Solidarity and support from the U.S. will be crucial to this, and I thank you, Mr. President, for beginning to work with us on this issue and the agreement that you are preparing to sign with Ukraine and with all of these discussions we've had are very solid guarantees that we are understood and that we have the same wish, peace as soon as possible, lasting, solid peace for everyone. And the renewal of an international situation where we are all able to shoulder our responsibilities, Europeans shouldering their responsibilities alongside their American allies who will shoulder their own responsibilities. I also wanted to be very clear, Mr. President, about Europe's commitment. We have committed to building a lasting peace. As Europeans, we have committed to being stakeholders in these security guarantees. And we are also well aware that Europeans need to do more for security in Europe, for defense in Europe, and to more fairly share the security burden that your country has been carrying for so many years. Mr. President, you know how much friendship I show towards you and I have towards you since your first term. Europe is very clear-eyed about this. We know what we need to do as Europeans, given the threats surrounding us and the responsibilities that we must shoulder. We spoke about the Versailles Agenda, which allowed the Europeans to take a historic step and increase their investments. Europeans are ready to do even more and to go even farther. And several leaders said that to me before I came here to meet you. Mr. President, dear Donald, you spoke about this peace through strength. We fully share that because we must recognize the sacrifices made by the Ukrainian people and what we owe to them. The President and I also spoke about economic matters and our desire to see more prosperity in the United States and in Europe. We had discussions which will be carried on by our teams, our ministers and secretaries, to flesh out some of those ideas. But the idea is to have fair competition and no bias within competition between our industries. Now, the American and European economies are extremely intertwined. Some 1.5 billion in trade, trillion rather, in goods and services, and I know you've spoken about wanting to look at the balance of payments. We also have a trade deficit, and I know that we need to look not only at goods, but also digital items and goods which you export, and we want to make a sincere commitment towards fair competition where we have smooth trade and more investments. You already invest a great deal in France, and France is the fifth largest investor in the United States. And I would like to recognize here all of the American investors who announced investments, some $120 billion that were announced at the AI summit. This is our wish. We want to have more prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. We have a shared agenda in that regard. We also spoke about the Middle East, among other subjects. And here again, we have the same desire. We don't want to see Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We don't want or rather, we want an approach with partners in the region that we can trust. Given Iran's nuclear activities, we want to limit its ballistic capabilities and avoid any type of regional destabilization. With respect to Syria and Iraq, we also share the same desire. We don't want to see Islamic terrorist groups resume any of their activities, because for some time our armies have very bravely been engaged in the Gulf, as you have led, and contributions have been significant and helped stability in the region. And I say this with great sincerity. France was affected by a terrorist attack in 2015, which was linked to the terrorist activity in Syria. And we are in that region at your side to work for more security. Ladies and gentlemen, we had extremely productive discussions this morning during the conference, and we spoke with our ministers and counselors and advisors. And I wish to say, after speaking with President Trump, I fully believe that there is a path forward. We share the same beliefs. We know what work needs to be done, and in the weeks to come, we will work on that. Our teams will come together in various formats to make sure that we have this solid, lasting peace with great strength. Mr. President, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. Thank you so much for these productive discussions and for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Okay, thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
Welcome, President Trump. I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much, the Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can comment on the latest Harvard poll, I'd appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's usually a poll that leans on the other side of things, the other side of the world, so to speak. But the Harvard poll is a respected poll, and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense, and I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening in the world and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled, and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But we've moved very rapidly and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you would like to see Russia.
Yes. Go ahead.
You're meeting in Saudi Arabia with President Putin. Will that happen regardless of any progress on the Ukrainian file?
Yeah, I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic young guy. He's young, but with great imagination and tremendously respected all over the world. And he goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much. And they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that it is ended. I think Russia, likewise, I've spoken to President Putin, and my people are dealing with him constantly, and his people in particular. And they want to do something. I mean, that's what I do. I do deals. My whole life is deals. That's all I know is deals. And I know when somebody wants to make it and when somebody doesn't. I will say this, before I came here, there was no communication with Russia whatsoever, and Russia wasn't answering calls. They were not talking to anybody. They wouldn't talk to anybody, and people sort of accepted that as being that they want to go forward and just keep going without stop. But when I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing, because I didn't know if I could say that, but it's a big thing. They want to do it, and the group in the front row that I introduced, they're all very active in it, and we're working on deals right now, transactions right now, and in particular, the big one is to get the the war stopped, whether it's ceasefire or direct to an agreement. I'd like to go directly to an agreement, but ceasefire will always happen a little bit quicker. And every day you're saving thousands, or at least hundreds, but thousands in some cases lives. So we want to see if we can get that done very quickly. Yes, for the President, please.
Thank you. I'm a correspondent based in Paris. Question for both of you, actually. Mr. Macron, you were one of the last Western leaders to speak to Putin before Ukraine's invasion. What advice, what recommendation could you make to President Trump to make sure that this time you can get strong enough guarantees from Putin to get a peace deal that lasts this time? And Mr. President Trump, what makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations? Thank you.
Look, I will never give any advice to President Trump. We have friendly and trustful discussion, but my experience with President Putin is the following. Number one, I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree. I stopped my discussion with President Putin after Bucha and the war crimes because I considered that, we had nothing to get from him in that time. Now there is a big change because there is a new U.S. administration. So this is a new context. So there is good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. But my experience is the following, and I shared it with President Trump and the team. In 2014, our predecessors negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially at the beginning of 2022, several times, 7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before the launching of the attack. He denied everything, but we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that the US has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified. And let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup, because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees, and this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the President has this capacity.
I think it's very much to the benefit of Russia to make a deal, and I feel that we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a war that should have never been started. It's a war that would not have been started if I were president, but it did start, and it's at a terrible level where cities are burned down and shot down to the ground. It looks like demolition sites, a whole big pile of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed when you rip down some of those really ancient or near ancient buildings. It's so sad to see, but I think it's very much to the benefit of this tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now, but I think it's to the very much benefit of Russia to make a deal and to go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, next week there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. I believe those countries have done enough
on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people, like has happened over the last long period of time, except for a little 4-year period that took place 4 years ago. But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, you know, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything. Every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory. All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on. And that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And, you know, the radical left or whoever it may be starts screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, you know, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. They accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, you know, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that cared, just cared a little bit when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States. That's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you. Please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the U.S., and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated, and as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Monsieur le Président Trump.
President Trump, President Macron.
To make a deal with Putin. So when you do a deal, it's a win-win deal. What are you giving to him and what is he going to give you, to America? And I was impressed by the way you referred to Notre Dame and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to participate to the reconstruction of Notre Dame. as a president of the United States, are you going to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine? Et Monsieur le Président Macron?
President Macron, what for you is the main area of progress in your meeting with President Trump? Can you confirm that there is an agreement to send European peacekeeping troops? Will France participate in that? How many troops? What would they be doing? Would this represent a great danger to send French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I think the president has done. I know he headed it up, and I know how hard he worked, and it took a period of time, but really not a long period of time considering what that was, so delicate, so beautiful. And I was there, and I saw the work, and I'm very good at construction. I know good construction. I know bad construction. They did a beautiful job, and this man has to be given a lot of credit for that. It's an incredible cathedral. Most people thought it couldn't be saved, and if it was, it would have to be built in a different form, and we didn't want to see a different form. We want to see the same form that you built. So I just want to congratulate you. That was an amazing job. I don't think you've gotten enough credit for it. Someday you will. Someday you will.
Thank you, Donald. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. To go back to your question, today's discussion showed several areas of progress. First, we have been working a great deal with President Zelensky to have a proposal that's acceptable to Ukraine. President Trump has confirmed that he will be meeting with President Zelensky very soon to finalize the agreement on critical minerals and rare earths and to speak together about that matter. That's a very important step forward. The second thing is that during our discussions, we were able to go into some of the details about the proposal that we have just made to have a truce, a peace, and be able to measure that and then structure our discussions on that basis. France and several other European countries, along with Ukraine, are hard at work to build this lasting peace with very specific points, including security guarantees, the territories that belong to Ukraine, the issue of reconstruction, the economy, and critical minerals. We've been able to go into the details of those proposals. The third area of progress, which really mark a turning point, is the fact that we were able to talk about the details of the security guarantees. And the president has shown this over the past few days, and he said so a moment ago. We want peace. He wants peace. We want peace swiftly, but we don't want an agreement that is weak. The fact that there are Europeans that are ready to engage to provide for these security guarantees. And now there's a clear American message that the U.S., as an ally, is ready to provide that solidarity for that approach. That's a turning point, in my view. And that is one of the great areas of progress that we've made during this trip and during this discussion. When it comes to troops, in the past, a year ago specifically, we saw a reason to talk about sending troops for strategic regions. Today, when we talk about troops, we're talking about sending them in after we've negotiated a lasting peace. And once we have that solid, lasting peace, that's part of an agreement signed by Ukraine, signed by Russia, and for which we will provide the guarantees, then at that point, and recently France has worked with the UK to provide its contributions. We've worked on plans. We've worked with our militaries not to go to the front lines, not to go into occupied territories, but as a show of support to show that we have a negotiated peace signed by both sides, and that is a peace we will preserve. So these would be peaceful deployments of troops, not for combat. These would be deployments of an assurance force. They would be limited, but they show solidarity. I've also spoken with all of our allies, and there are European and non-European allies who are ready and willing to take part in that effort. Countries have helped Ukraine maintain its military capabilities in terms of the number of soldiers it has, equipment, whereas others have provided logistical support on the ground. The question is whether or in what form the U.S. will contribute. And during our discussions, and during the discussions with Russia, we've understood that this would be acceptable to Russia, and that's a very important area of progress. And that means that in this context, the Europeans will shoulder their part of the burden, their share of the burden. We have a strong alliance that we've built over the decades. We have our solidarity, and we have deterrence capacities. What does it mean? Would it be dangerous? If there is an agreement signed by Ukraine and Russia, thanks to the efforts of President Trump, and if we provide the guarantees and Russia violates the agreement, then it would be in conflict with everyone who is engaged in the peace process. And that is a change. That was something we did not see in the past. That's not what we saw in 2014. So that is the real change that we're marking. We have this deterrence capacity on the American side. We have the capacity for engagement on the European side, and that's something we're going to continue working on together. It's not dangerous, but it's credible. It's less dangerous than things that could happen in the long term. And I think this is what we need to do to ensure security. And I say this very clearly. We're also talking about security for Europeans. I've been saying this for weeks now. If we do not guarantee the security of this territory within Europe, then how can we guarantee our own security for one and all? We live just 1,500 kilometers from Ukraine, and the Germans and Polish are even closer. So our collective security is important. We need to answer this call for Europeans to be more engaged, and Americans will be there still in solidarity. Europeans are working for their collective security, but I really think this was a turning point today in our discussions.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great job, and it's been wonderful being with you. Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done. So important, and great job.
Thank you.
So clearly, lots of structure and cooperation between French President Emmanuel Macron and President Donald J. Trump holding this bilateral press conference, meeting earlier in the Oval Office, now, of course, in the East Room, detailing really the most important foreign policy issue for the Western world at the moment. Collectively, that's ending the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and speaking confidently that the Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky looking to bring peace to both of their countries after 3 years to the day of armed conflict. So President Trump and President Macron serious about seeing this through. This has been a step-by-step process. Of course, Secretary of State Marco Rubio with Steve Witkoff, as well as National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, were in Saudi Arabia also discussing and proposing that peace as well. So this is something that involves many nations, very complicated, but we know the man who wants to leave this legacy of peace, Donald Trump, as he mentioned today and as he mentioned at CPAC on Saturday, that is his main goal moving forward. We'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Colonial Metals Group, an outstanding way to scan that QR code right there. Shield your savings. We know that Warren Buffett and other billionaires and millionaires taking their money out of the stock market, putting it in time-treasured gold, silver, also precious metals, commodities that have stood the test of time. Why don't you grab, though, this complete guide to gold and silver? On this page, on number 17 here, gold going up over 7,000%. Think about that. From 1971, when we went off the gold standard during the Nixon administration through 2024, we've seen up over 7,000% that increase in value for gold. So it makes common sense to get that free gold guide right now for you and your loved ones at home. Something very smart to do to be the hedge against inflation and to diversify all of your assets. How about Byrna? Byrna.com/RSBN, a wonderful way to choose a non-lethal force. This is not classified as a firearm. You do not need a background check. This also protects you from any legal ramification. Freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way, and that's why we've partnered here with Byrna, a company out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, that is passionate about the Second Amendment, but is the alternative to deadly force. It most importantly has a least lethal option. This is kinetic and tear gas ammunition that can incapacitate attackers for up to 30 minutes. And as I mentioned, no background checks, the ability to ship directly to your doorstep. Join me in supporting an American company committed to giving everyone peace of mind. So don't wait until it's too late. Visit Byrna.com/RSBN. Receive 10% off of any Byrna bundle. How about MyPillow.com/RSBN? The mega sale. My Cross, save 30%. My Towels, $29.98 for a 6-pack in flannel sheets. $44.98. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Over 2,000 items, up to 80% off of the store right now. And it was a pleasure seeing Mr. Mike Lindell at CPAC, all of the wonderful work he does for freedom of speech to push forward the constitutional principles and election integrity bestowed to us, the American people. Good friends of his on the broadcast. You might have caught Christina Loren's interview with Mr. Mike Lindell, and we sure hope that he might be looking at that open gubernatorial seat up in Minnesota, because Mr. Waltz, the current governor, considering a Senate run in Minnesota. But in the meantime, the mega sale. Go check out MyPillow.com/RSBN. Thank you to our friend Mike Lindell, all the way up in Minnesota. And if you're so kind enough to donate to this citizen journalism outlet, we're not bought and paid for by big corporate entities, but rather the American people. We want to bring you full, unbridled access to President Trump, Vice President Vance, the 119th Congress, and great stories to you inside and outside of the Beltway. So visit rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to 801-801. And it was so wonderful seeing so many of you patriots coming by the booth saying, hey, I donated this much here or that much there. Every bit helps. Thank you so much to bringing free speech and constitutional principles to you, the American people. And what a week it was at CPAC, celebrating this country, being in our nation's capital, and being with you patriots who have made such a difference. Go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for all America First updates and exclusive offers that are only here on this network. We'll talk more about that this week, of course, unless there's breaking news, all of the exciting moments and stories from CPAC. And I'll keep sharing on my social media just the pictures and some of the amazing and exciting events. But this was the highlight for me. Yesterday in the evening flight out of DCA, Washington Reagan, 3 heroes from the USS Arizona and Iwo Jima. They stormed those beaches to save the Western world against the Japanese warrior class. And these gentlemen got up from those chairs there and walked onto their flight, sprite as ever, big smiles on their faces. But the Delta flight attendant celebrating them yesterday in the B terminal and mentioning the incredible bravery of these 3, among others. They truly are the greatest generation. An honor to meet them, an honor to laugh with them, share some jokes, and just the eternal optimism. 80 years ago, it was February 19th, of 1945, where the American forces and Allied forces stormed Iwo Jima. And that was one of the most brutal battles and most difficult in the war, especially in the East. And they bravely rose that American flag, those Marines, on top of Iwo Jima and securing freedom and prosperity for the whole world, standing up to fascism, to communism and evil. They drew that line in the sand. So 2 of those gentlemen were 98 years young. One was 95. So they would have been 18 years old in the Battle of Iwo Jima. Think about that for a moment. Storming those beaches, going up those hills, being shot down upon, and securing ultimately the world against tyranny. They are the best among us, and very few of them are still with us because time has a way of robbing us at times, but these are men of legend, and it was really a moving sight to see the airport in Terminal B at Washington Reagan National Airport clapping for these heroes. And a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. Thank you for all you have done for this great constitutional republic. We hope to fill big shoes of yours. So thank you for your bravery and preserving this great experiment, nearly 250 years old now. And of course, you saw President Trump with President Emmanuel Macron, a testament to American freedom and French freedom, friends that will continue to help build peace through strength and security throughout the world. Unless there's breaking news, I'm Robert McNeely. For all of my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, thank you for joining us today for the French president and his delegation visiting the White House today with President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and cabinet members, all seeking to end the Russian-Ukrainian conflict today on the 3rd anniversary of the beginning of this war. Stick with us all week for breaking news and legendary events as this nonstop administration continues its way to make America healthy again and to make America great again. For my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us. We'll see you tomorrow unless there's breaking news.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Families across the nation have arrived at a heartbreaking crossroad to surrender their beloved animals at alarming rates due to inflation and soaring costs of living.
There are so many overcrowded shelters. So many dogs need a home, but it's all of us working together to solve this crisis.
This fight requires both doers and dollars. Join us at Big Dog Ranch Rescue. Please sign up today.